Good morning, everyone. The meeting will start shortly, but I just wanted to let you know that the recording has started. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining the Cannabis Cultivation Subcommittee meeting here. We're a subcommittee of the Department of Cannabis Control's Cannabis Advisory Committee. My name is Kristen Nevedal. I'm the chair of the Cannabis Cultivation Subcommittee. And so I would like to call to order the January 19th meeting of the CAC Subcommittee. And moderator, would you be so kind as to call the roll, please?
Certainly. Before we get started, I would like to remind committee members and senior staff who are not speaking to please make sure that your microphones are on mute. If I detect background noise during the meeting, I will interject with a brief, friendly reminder or simply mute the microphones. Today, to facilitate public comment for this meeting, we will be utilizing the raise hand feature. When the committee chair reaches a point in the agenda at which time public comment is appropriate, public comment will be made available and we will take that comment. And so with that, I will call roll. Chairperson Nevedal.
Here, present.
Committee Member Brown.
Hello, I'm here.
And Committee Member Clifford.
Hi, I'm here as well. I'm going to need to be off camera for a bit, but I'm here. Thanks.
All right, very good. A quorum is established.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, moderator. And a quick question before we go on to our first agenda item, the public comment for items not on the agenda. Would you please let our attendees know how they can raise the hand if they use the raise hand feature if they aren't on the WebEx platform, in case we have folks who are calling in? Is there an option for them?
Yes, if they are calling in, they press *3 on their phone.
Thank you for that. Okay, so with that said, I believe we should go ahead and move forward with our agenda item, public comments on agenda items not on the agenda. So moderator, if you'd be so kind as to open public comment for items not on today's agenda.
All right, we have public comment open for items not on the agenda. If you take a look at the screen to ask for public comment, we are going to use the raise hand feature. Click the raise hand icon that's next to your name. If you called into the meeting again, you can raise your hand by pressing *3. When prompted, click the unmute me button and you will be ready to go. So our first commenter, I've just sent you the request, is Paul and Susan Hansberry. You are on.
Morning, this is Paul. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Well, I was wondering, there's a couple of things that are not seem to be on the agenda that would be very helpful for, especially for small cultivators. One is the relinquishing of the restriction for use of the residence um, for commercial activity, for cannabis activity. You know, typically people have been doing it for generations, you know, processing around their kitchen table. I understand that there's issues about children, but those sorts of things are easily addressed. I think that it is one of the things that is the biggest burden for a number of small rural cultivators. The second thing I'd like to suggest is that, especially for small cultivators, is the concept of composite testing. Small cultivators will have a very low harvest as far as compared to larger commercial areas. They may have maybe a total of 50 or 100 pounds each, but they may have 5 or 6 different strains, and the testing costs are prohibitive. Um, so if they had 50 pounds of 4 different strains, they would be able to get potency and cannabinoid profile testing for the different strains with one composite testing for the entire batch. And that would be an enormous savings for the small cultivator whose plight is questionable at these days. Time is running out for the small cultivator, and so the composite testing, anything that they could be that can be done to help them would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And moderator, I'm sorry, this is Chair Neville. I'm sorry to interrupt the public comment. Would you please let our attendees know how much time they have and if there's going to be a 30-second warning, or I would appreciate that.
Certainly. Thank you for that reminder. Today's public comment, we are taking comment for 2 minutes. You will get a 30-second reminder, so that warning that you're running out of time, and then we will cut the microphone off at 2 minutes in the interest of time.
Thank you for that. I think we can go ahead and return to public comment for items not on today's agenda.
Marissa Rory, your microphone has been unmuted. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi. I just wanted to ask that there be more support provided for people who are trying to do a license conversion requests when they're trying to bundle their license up now into a large or a medium license. I found that there really just isn't much support. You write into info@Cannabis or licensing at Cannabis, and you know, if they respond at all, they tell you that they can't provide you any support, and they can't give you a timeline as to when your conversion request will be processed. They really just say, I don't know. And that's very difficult for people who are just trying to start this process and convert their licenses so that they can save on fees. And it would be very helpful if when you write into licensing, you got more than, well, you know, we just don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Jefferson, I've just sent you a request to unmute.
I live in Trinity County. I'm a cultivator. I own Trinity Alps Cannacraft. So yeah, just like I know I'm preaching to the choir. I'm saying everything that everybody already knows. But like number one, the biggest problem for small cultivators, I'm 10,000 square feet, is selling our product. And this distributor model that's in the middle is completely killing all of us. Other states like Washington, for example, started with having a distributor that was required. This distributor in California should not be required. The retail stores need to be able to do COA, or the cultivator needs to be able to do COA, because this distributor in the middle that cold calls me every day to try to buy my weed for $200 a pound is completely killing all of the small cultivators. We have to figure out how to get rid of this guy. It's okay that they're here and functioning in our industry, but to require us to use this man in the middle that now no longer collects tax, like what is the purpose of this person? To require us to use this middleman in the middle is completely killing all of us. Like the stores are still purchasing at $1,000 to $1,300 a pound, yet the distributor's price every year goes down and down and down. And I know this is like a struggle from a county level and a state level. Trinity County in particular has a lot of its own issues with restrictions on micro businesses, restrictions on where distribution can be set up. But yeah, that's my only point, is like, how do we get the retailers to be able to sell their product? Because the distributors are killing us. That's my 2 cents. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Craig Johnson, just sent you a request to unmute.
This is Craig Johnson. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I hope everyone is getting a little sunshine after all this rain here in California. I'd like to just comment briefly about the classification of farms 10,000 square feet and under. I don't feel the activity we take part in is commercial. I feel it should be reclassified as craft or cottage. Bringing that cottage license size up to 10,000 would be a great help on a lot of levels. And at another time in conversation, we could explore what that really means. But taking the craft or cottage license up to 10,000, I feel we could explore some doors opening for all of us, like some of these other comments that were made this morning. And we really look forward to being able to move forward all together. One of the other comments I want to make to that is I feel cultivation licenses, especially to that size, 10,000 and under, should already have a self-transportation component to it, not an extra fee, not an extra license, just part of doing business. Our hands are tied without that. I appreciate everyone's time this morning, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Wade Laughter, an invitation to unmute has been sent.
For your service to our cause. Instead of digging into specifics with the system, I can't help but point out how important the idea of legalization is. It ensures patient access to safe, clean, affordable, ideally affordable medicine. It also encourages people to get out of the free market where there are no rules. And a lot of the barriers to entry have to do with extreme overregulation. And we're trying to regulate a plant, especially when it's in the ground or in the garden on a farm. It doesn't need the kind of, we don't need these regulations. And the fact is, if the purpose of legalization is to get people to pay their taxes and to discourage and or shut down the free market, it ought to be easier to get into the legal market so that the free market loses its luster. This is Wade Laughter from Nevada County, and that's all I have for the moment. I'll be here all day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson Nevedal, I see that there are no further requests for comment. Would you like me to close public comment at this time?
Yes, please.
All right, public comment for agenda item number 2 is now closed.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move on to agenda item number 3 and discuss current challenges for cultivators to change license size and license types. So kicking this item off, I think what I would love to see happen here is if committee members would be interested in having some discussion about the current challenges and needs for cultivators to change their license size and type, and how this might perhaps be streamlined, right? I know from a local jurisdiction perspective, as we're reviewing applications, we often see folks who maybe have, say, an ML2 license at the state, but really are cultivating an ML1 type of cultivation facility, and then wanting to bring them into alignment with the activities that they're conducting. It would be nice if that was a streamlined process where they didn't have to perhaps pay a new application fee just to kind of reduce the scale of cultivation they have going on, and then work through the process of a whole new application review. And a lot of times this can be, in my experience, cost prohibitive to manage those changes if you have to do a reapplication and full application review process, because a lot of times you have to time that so you actually have a active license while you're paying for a new license, right? So, I think there's multiple challenges that go on here, and I think what I would love to see happen today is there a way that we can identify what challenges currently exist that prevent cultivators from changing their state license type size, right? And I think timing of how long that application review process takes, if we're looking at it as a brand new application, costs can be prohibitive, and there may be other components, right? And then for local jurisdictions, what implications may exist for local permits that should be considered? And I think, as I mentioned, when we're seeing someone who has a mixed light tier 2, for example, and they're really cultivating in an ML1 manner, the building permits are different, right? That can be used for said type of activities. So mixed light tier 2 activities in Mendocino County need commercial structures. Mixed light tier 1 activities, if there's not a lot of lighting used or any lighting used, can use an ag exempt building permit structure. So, not being able to reduce down, say, from an ML2 to an ML1 has implications for cultivators we're working with in relationship to the type of building permits that we're going to have to require. And what implications may exist for local and state CEQA review. If the state cultivation license type perhaps does not align with the local permit type, it's very challenging to process CEQA paperwork. And then trying to move forward in a timely manner so local jurisdictions can help their cultivators meet provisional licensing deadlines. As we see the environmental requirements elevate, gets a little sticky and tricky. And the implications that may exist for provisional license statuses should also be considered in this discussion. And again, like thinking about those timelines, right? How do cultivators properly align their state license type, right? So that they can be prepared for the elevated environmental requirements that will be triggered on July 1st of 2023, so that they can manage their provisional license renewal and manage their transition into annual licensing. These are big questions, right? And there's kind of a multitude of questions to consider, and maybe questions that we haven't even brought up so far in this conversation. But I would love to start the conversation with the subcommittee members. So I don't know, Member Brown or Member Clifford, if you have concerns or input or suggestions you'd like to bring to the conversation, I certainly would welcome that.
Hey, this is Member Brown here. Happy to give initial comments. I think one of the larger distant views of the challenges here is going to be that every local jurisdiction kind of operates at a different timeline depending on their resources. And so some places are, still taking at least a year of review time before they're issuing a license or for CEQA review. And so I think one of the big challenges is just aligning the state process with the county process. Um, and that's kind of where I'm stumped, is if counties are going to take up to 1 year or more, it's really going to reclog a lot of those local county processes that are already, in my opinion, still clogged from the initial onslaught of this whole process. And so having that flexibility, or knowing that there's going to be such a range in review time, I guess what I would determine is that there has to be some mechanism for flexibility, because each local jurisdiction is going to be, totally different, and a lot of the cultivators are going to end up getting hung up on the local side. I think if the state has capacity to do, such as streamlining the large license time it takes for the type 5, if they've figured that out, but the local jurisdiction doesn't have any of that streamlined process available for the cultivation side, for the smaller license transitions, it's just going to cause a large issue. And so, without getting into the details, that's kind of my broader concern, is how we can't necessarily force local jurisdictions to abide by a certain timeline. And that's, there's some things that are just out of control of the cultivator, out of control of the state. And so how do we make a process that's going to work when the local process is kind of undetermined on its timeline? That's kind of my largest concern.
So, Member Brown, if I may ask, I'm curious if I could dig into this just a little bit, your concerns here. And so are you expressing concerns that the local jurisdiction likely needs more fluidity from the state, so to speak? So as, say, the local department or division is conducting their review of an applicant, are you suggesting that more flexibility at the state, or malleability, so to speak, on how to align that state license with the activities that are happening on the ground is necessary? And
yeah, I think so. And I think that's kind of the long-term challenges, the reality, boots on the ground experience of what it takes to get these policies enacted and implemented and even understood by local jurisdictions. And so it's like a bit of a leap of faith to if you're a cultivator and let's say you're still waiting for your local CEQA approval. If you've been waiting for a year already or more, but you're trying to essentially change your license type and change, I think a lot of cultivators are going to have a fear that once they do that, they're going to be waiting for another year and a half, and kind of shaking up the jar with the silty water in it, and it's going to get all cloudy again. So that's kind of one of the hard points, because the only way to really, so to speak, fix it or buffer it is to give local jurisdictions more resources. A lot of them are short-staffed on environmental compliance. Some have taken on third-party environmental consultants to help get through the bulk of it, but even those processes still have some challenges and still sometimes result in a 1-year timeline. And I don't necessarily see how I don't see an easy pathway to really buffer it, unless there's more of kind of a looking at each permit one at a time and identifying what the holdups are. And I don't know if that's realistic to look at each permit so closely one at a time to find out how do we get this permit to transition quickly. But all these sites are so different, and all of the locations around the state, the topography, you just have this range of issues that come up. And so to have one template to work them all through is, I would say, is a very large challenge to breach. um, the time and money and local resource are, in my opinion, the biggest holdups for these changes to be accepted easily and really pursued by cultivators and to have their trust in that process to say, all right, here's my opportunity to make my cultivation business more feasible, more financially feasible, and then they might find that, oh, I lapsed and my review is still occurring, and so that with that lapsing, that's one of the biggest fears I have.
Thank you for that. Member Clifford, did you want to comment?
Sure, I don't have a lot to add here. Honestly, probably got a lot to learn about kind of like the underlying background and like what issues growers, cultivators are facing and what problems we're trying to solve here with the change of license types. But I think probably how I can most contribute here, I'm really interested in, the environmental aspects of it and CEQA, it's been mentioned several times. And I certainly don't want CEQA or environmental requirements to be something that needlessly, clogs up these kind of changes. And so I'm really interested in opportunities for identifying, classes of activities or type, license types that might, ways we can make that CEQA review go faster. I'd like to kind of hear more about the kind of on the ground facts that are involved in some of these license changes. And I think there might be some possibilities there. So I'll leave it at that for now, but I think this is a great topic too. I'm glad we're diving into this.
Thank you for that. I was kind of having a similar thought, Member Brown and Member Clifford. I kind of wondering a little bit about a scale down concept, right? Like maybe there's different ways to conduct a license size and or type change, depending on if the applicant or the license holder, excuse me, is scaling down, right, their activities versus scaling up their activities, right? So if, say, we have a license holder going from ML2 to ML1, that scaling down of lighting, right, perhaps scaling down of size, who knows, I don't think would trigger the need for additional project-specific CEQA analysis. So I don't think that sort of a change would necessarily impact a CEQA analysis that was, say, currently underway by a local jurisdiction. So I'm wondering if there's a way to consider a streamlined approach for folks that are scaling down, whether it's scaling down from, the example of ML2 to ML1 or ML1 to outdoor, right? Or say staying in an ML1 and scaling down from a 10,000 square foot to a 5,000 square foot license, right? That seems like the potential for a more streamlined approach to that sort of license change may be more appropriate than taking a streamlined approach if someone's scaling up, right? Converting from ML1 to ML2 or ML2 to indoor, right? There's going to be a lot more considerations with the kind of more intensive cultivation practices, or if someone was scaling up in size, so expanding from a 5,000 to a 10,000 or 10,000 to an acre outdoor, right? That seems like that would definitely need a full application review for consideration. So I'm interested in, I think, exploring this concept of streamlined downscaling, right?
Yeah, that was exactly the thought I had, Chairman Noto, like hearing your example. It's pretty obvious, right? I mean, so if we really do have people that want to downscale as opposed to upscale, it's not immediately obvious. I can think of legally why you have a discretionary decision and that trip seeker review, but it's not immediately obvious in real life why that would necessarily need a whole new round of CEQA, right, et cetera. And so there ought to be ways, CEQA is a cumbersome thing, but there ought to be ways to carve off a class of decisions like that, administratively, and say these, this class of decisions does not need additional CEQA. I don't know exactly what that consists of, but there ought to be something there.
I think for the sake of this conversation, I don't know that we need to, as a subcommittee, right, identify all of the minutia rich components of what a streamlining process might look like, right? I think there's a lot that can be done by a recommendation that states intention, right, so to speak, and let the attorneys, the legal counsel for the department and the leadership kind of manage the minutia rich components, right? I don't know that we have to fully dive in, but I would very much so support recommendation that requests that the department consider a very streamlined approach to downsizing, downscaling cultivation license types. And the one thing that we haven't discussed that I think is a little trickier is what happens when someone, and maybe this would still be considered downscaling, I just a little bit of spaghetti action here. What happens when someone goes from, say, a 10,000 square foot mixed light tier 1 cultivation, and they now want a 5,000 square foot ML1 and a 5,000 square foot outdoor? I mean, that is going to need a new site plan at the state level, right? And we're breaking essentially one license type into two. Would that potentially still be downscaling? I mean, I think in my mind, I would say yes, it would still be downscaling because I'm reducing the amount of cultivation occurring or the number of harvests occurring likely right in one area of my garden. I'm not expanding my square footage and I'm not increasing the intensity of cultivation activities. But I wanted to just see what subcommittee members thought about that type of change and if there were concerns in considering that a downscaling, so to speak, as well.
Yeah, there's a need to define what downscaling is, right? What is and isn't going to be considered downscaling. It sounds like in your example you're giving there. And so I think one would want to go back to whatever environmental document exists now, an EIR or whatever, and kind of look at what the impacts were that were analyzed, from light types and things like that, and look and say, do we have a pretty colorable argument here that we're not increasing any of those impacts potentially by the switch to different cultivation, different site plan, et cetera, different operation. And that ought to be doable. But it seems to me like, again, what one would want to do is say, here's what will be, because, so long as X, Y, and Z, then this will be considered downscaling and ultimately would not require additional CEQA review. That would be the model, I would think, as a way to do that.
And I'll add to that, I think one thing the state has done a really good job of is kind of their checkbox approach when you're doing your online renewal and everything. It's mostly a series of yes and no questions. And if that kind of approach could be developed to assist this, an example being, question 1, is your square foot changing? Yes or no? Is it increasing? And if they're able to answer these yes or no questions, are new buildings required to implement this change? Is more energy going to be needed to implement this change? And if they can have those yes or no questions determine the, CEQA feasibility of it being considered the same under their existing environmental document, or to be still under the definition of CEQA in progress. Something small like moving a compost bin, even on a local level, can sometimes trigger additional review or more time. And so really figuring out what the big changes are that would trigger a re-review, and also just the small changes that might fit under the scope of the existing document. That could be pretty feasible. And that's also something that maybe a local jurisdiction could adopt if the state has the ability to develop the template, and then they could essentially share it with the counties. It would probably have to go before either the cannabis director or the board of supervisors if it really needs to be changed within the ordinance. But if it falls under, essentially a CEQA review, and falls within the CEQA in progress, or if it triggers a whole new review, I think that could be determined in the checkbox, yes or no. template, and that if the state has the capacity to develop that and legally make it sound, then I think local jurisdictions would be more likely to adopt it. And that could be, you know, a nice way of providing all local jurisdictions with the same tool or mechanism to run by their cultivators that are interested in this type of change in their licensing. Kristen, you're muted.
Thank you so much for that. You know, this conversation may in some ways kind of bleed over into the conversation about fallowing, right? And so as we talk about downscaling, right, which to me seems like we're kind of on this trajectory, right, for downscaling, meaning that you're reducing your intensity of cultivation in some way, shape, or form, whether that's a clear reduction of square footage and or a reduction in the, you know, type of cultivation you're operating, right? Going from ML2 to ML1 or ML1 to outdoor.
You lost your audio, Kristen.
Oh, really? Can you hear me now? I apologize.
I can't now.
You can't hear me.
No, I can. Yeah, you
can.
blanked out for a second for some reason. Sorry.
Okay, my apologies. Thank you for that. So I think, you know, we've been talking a lot about downscaling, and I think this, in some ways, this conversation is in alignment with fallowing, right? So if we're talking about changes, streamlining changes in cultivation, license size, and type that actually reduce impacts or reduce the intensity of that operation, could this potentially be a temporary opportunity as well? Like, would there be a way to, say, do a 1-year downscaling from a 10,000 square foot cultivation site to perhaps a 2,500 square foot cultivation site, right? You've already been reviewed and approved as a provisional license holder at 10,000 square feet, let's say, but you don't feel like you have the ability to cultivate that full 10,000 because of economic constraints, whatever it might be. So you downscale to 2,500 square feet for a year, right? Could you renew at that 2,500 square feet price and hold the 10,000 square feet and then shrink your square footage or eliminate what you're cultivating and still operate, you know, keep your genetics alive under your license and process material that you may still have from last season? You know, as we talk about this, it does get pretty broad, but I could see, as Member Brown suggested, a pretty simple approach to allowing for downscaling, whether permanent or temporary, right? And maybe that would be a question. Are you anticipating this downscaling being a permanent downscaling, or is it a temporary downscaling for the next 12 months, right? And I think it would be great to see an approach where folks would be eligible for a very streamlined downscaling opportunity if their new proposed license type and size doesn't require any increased square footage, any reconfiguration of the cultivation area, does not increase water usage or energy usage, and does not result in the development of new structures, right? I mean, those kind of seem like the big overarching pieces to me, and I might really be missing some pieces here. So please, subcommittee members, help keep me on track. But I think this could be a solution, not just for streamlining changes that may need to be long-term changes, but also potentially creating some fallowing opportunities. What we've seen here in Mendocino and what we've heard from farmers here is that they can't simply, in many instances, close for a whole year and not have a license or a permit locally, right? In some jurisdictions, doing so you lose your opportunity to open that permit back up, right? In other situations, you lose that provisional license and now you have to wait for a renewal or for an annual to reopen. And also, oftentimes when cultivators want to fallow, they may have, as I mentioned, product that they still need to trim or process or hold for sale that's from a previous season. And they also might have genetics that they still need to manage an immature plant area so that when they do stand back up or reopen their farm, so to speak, they have that genetic resource available to them. Which means that there's going to have to be, I believe, some cost in fallowing, right? Because, you know, there's still going to be need for inspection, for plant tags, for all of these components that are built into the license pricing system.
Can I ask a really dumb basic question for a minute?
Please.
I'm just going to lay my ignorance on the table here because I'm not going to be able to hide it in this discussion. But what the constraints right now, this is what I want to understand is like, because I understand why we would want to allow fallowing and downscaling and stuff. There's a lot of reasons for that, you know, both on the cultivator side, environmentally, there's a lot of reasons to want that flexibility. I can tell you a good thing. But as far as the constraints one hits, I just want to make sure I understand the existing problem. So if I'm licensed right now to cultivate 10,000 square feet and I decide for whatever reason, market reasons, or it's a huge drought or whatever it is, I can't cultivate that this year. Now I want to go to 2,500. What are the constraints? I mean, if I don't plant my full 10,000, you know, is the problem now that I'm paying for that license for the 10,000, and that's a huge that's one problem, right? That I've got a huge cost. And is that it? Or am I violating anything else by not cultivating the full amount? I
think it's two-prong approach. I think you hit the nail on the head. It's an incredible cost to be at 10,000 square feet when you can only, you know, afford to keep your genetics going, your processing, and perhaps have a small amount of cultivation, right? So I think cost is probably one of the largest considerations here when we're talking about fallowing and scaling down, whether it's temporary or permanent, right? If we're talking about going from, say, mixed light to outdoor, it's thousands and thousands of dollars more to be ML1, right, at 10,000 square feet than it is to be outdoor at 10,000 square feet. And we've just seen some regulatory changes that allow for light deprivation activities in the outdoor type as long as you don't have lighting in that mature canopy area, right? So how do we help folks take advantage of that opportunity without having to reapply for a full outdoor license?
Right.
And with fallowing, you know, there's the cost component, there's the timing component, right? If you have a license, say, that renews in the spring, and you have to have a smaller license applied for and approved before, right, you can reduce your size even temporarily, and then you have to do a whole new license application to go back up to 10,000 square feet. That's a tiny nightmare, right? And it's expensive because then you have these overlapping activities, right? You'll be applying for one license while you have a paid for license that somehow you were managed to afford, right? And now you're saying you can't afford to even cultivate that 10,000 square feet perhaps. So paying for a whole new license is not manageable for most people. So trying to create some fluidity. So I hope I answered those questions. I probably provided more information than was necessary.
This is super helpful. Thanks.
So let's pause for a moment and talk a little bit about process, right? Because we have a couple of agenda items today, right? We have this agenda item. We're going to talk next about challenges and opportunities for cultivators to reach consumers. And then we'll move on to recommendations for future agenda items. So I just want to remind our subcommittee members and the public that we have some options about how we work through some of this. We can have conversation and we can consider some recommendations in our conversation, and then we can go to public comment to hear what the public thinks about not only the agenda item, but a recommendation that the subcommittee may choose to put on the floor. If we go to public comment to hear more from the public about agenda item 3, right, as an example, and then we come back and we choose to make a recommendation, we'll be going back to public comment. So I just want to make sure that we're really clear on process, right? So we can manage our time wisely and kind of work through what the agenda items that we have at hand today. Pros and cons for potential filing periods. This is a good consideration to bring up that we haven't discussed. And there are some challenges, I imagine, in considering how to allow for license type changes, especially temporary license type changes, because everyone's license timeline, right? The timeline that provisional is good for is a 12-month period, and mine might be January 1 to January 1. Someone else's is January 2 to January 2, right? So they're all over the place. So if there were going to be, should there be a difference, I think, right, between a permanent license type change and something temporary, such as fallowing, right? Because I don't know how, you know, I put my regulator hat on, how would I deal with temporary reductions, say for fallowing, at any day of the year, so to speak, right? In that essentially coincides, say, with my renewal timeline. It could be potentially built into a questionnaire, right? Where you come up for renewal and you say, I need to do this license type change and I'm reducing my impacts, great. And then a question is like, is it temporary or is it permanent? And then if it's temporary, it would be a 12-month piece. I just think we need to kind of consider, could these only be conducted, these changes, and a renewal timeline? Would temporaries only be considered at a renewal timeline, and could permanent changes be considered at any time so that folks can move forward with CEQA and into that annual license in a more streamlined manner? Is there are there important considerations here, like in the difference between a temporary license type change and a permanent license type change? I don't know if the subcommittee members have any insight on this question or thoughts about it.
Well, I have another, distant view, and that's again kind of goes to local versus state. Is that the local licenses are on their own timeline also, and so you've got, it would just be great if somehow the local license dates and the state license dates could eventually align with each other, and go towards more like what a traditional business license is to operate for a year, a calendar year. And I know that that has challenges because it's an agricultural industry and agricultural business. And if you're a seasonal versus indoor and mixed light, you're going to have all these different variables of, you have a ton of inventory or you don't have any old inventory. You need to have a certain amount of square footage for immature plants. There's going to be a lot of variables involved with it. I don't know if the timelines can get synced, between local and state, but that is one of the big issues that kind of falls into it. If they're not in sync, you're going to be, faced with kind of two sets of processes in front of you, and that just creates difficulties. And so the bigger issue for me is, man, is there a way to get the local licenses to align with state license, with those timeframes, or are these always going to remain, from the date of which they were issued? Is it always going to remain that way? And I guess I don't know if we can get that question answered, if the DCC has been doing any deliberation on if they're going to adopt, an annual license versus the 12-month from the time of issuance. But I do think that that challenge kind of plays into this a little bit.
So I have some thoughts on that. Specifically, I think local jurisdictions such as Mendocino that have annual permit renewal, I think it would be really, either the state would have to provide expanded annual license timeline so that the cultivator could meet the local timeline, or the local would have to provide expanded permitting timeline for that annual so that the cultivator can meet the state timeline, right? Which means that either the state is foregoing some of their cost recovery or the local jurisdiction is foregoing some of their cost recovery, right? So if I have 12-month permitting from June to the end of May, but my state license is from January to the end of December, how do you align those without asking one of the agencies to forego cost recovery, or telling the cultivator that one of either your permit or your license is only, it's going to be cut 4 months short and you're going to have to renew again, right? So I think that's a complex piece to try to navigate, right? If all local jurisdictions were on, say, discretionary permitting programs where you issue the permit and there's not necessarily renewal, those timelines, I think, would be easier to try to navigate. But I do think this idea of following, like, we've kind of taken this conversation into two prongs, and when we talk about permanent license type changes, it seems like those should be able to happen at any time, because folks are essentially hopefully making that downscaling change occur once, and it may be really poignant and timely to do that change once so that you can wrap up your CEQA review and move into your annual license, right? When we're talking about a temporary downscaling, I wonder about the time frame for that, because maybe that's more of a calendar year downscaling. Because how would the state provide assistance for someone who wants to temporarily, say they're outdoor and they want to temporarily downscale in November, right, after the season? Like, how would they actually realize some sort of benefit for a temporary downscaling in November when the cultivation season is pretty much done? Would they have to stay downscaled through to the following November, or could they decide to plant in the spring and upscale back to their full, right? And then what is the benefit of that downscaling, right? So I know in Mendocino, temporary downscaling, so to speak, in the form of fallowing, occurs annually, right? You declare your intention to temporarily downscale in December, right, for the next cultivation season. And then so in December of 2022, we heard from cultivators who wanted to temporarily downscale for the 2023 cultivation season. And then in January of 2024, we'll ask them to confirm whether or not they managed that temporary downscaling, right? So we can then package, so to speak, those materials. It's a tax relief component in our local jurisdiction. So if temporary downscaling is not mandated for a 12-month period, it almost seems like it would have to be a window by which all cultivators could declare a temporary downscaling, right? Or should a temporary downscaling be mandated that it has to be 12 months long? And And I apologize, there's some sort of alarm going off in my office here.
I'm not hearing it for what it's worth.
You're not, okay, good. There's some commotion. Not sure what's happening. And then I just want to also mention that I did receive some information from DCC staff. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So I was incorrect in my previous statement when I suggested or basically told subcommittee members and the public that we would need to go back to public comment after each and every motion. So essentially we could go to public comment. It sounds like hear additional information from the public, come back to the subcommittee and consider a recommendation without needing to go to public comment regarding said recommendation if we chose to put a recommendation forward. But we can, if we choose to, it sounds like, take more public comments after a motion if we feel like it would be helpful for us to perhaps solidify or style that motion a little more thoroughly, right? So we do have some options, and I apologize for misspeaking earlier. So with that updated information, I'm wondering how the subcommittee members may want to proceed. Would it be helpful at this point to broaden our knowledge by going to public comment and then coming back to consider a recommendation? Or would subcommittee members like to consider a recommendation before perhaps going to public comment?
I think it could be nice to see if we can come up with a recommendation and then open it up for public comment and see if, the participants are supportive of what we've developed or if we're overlooking something. And to add to that, I do like the public comment that was put out by Origins Council, a lot of the other associations out there, specifically in addressing the pros and cons of the timing. They did have kind of a nice recommendation as far as specific timelines and deadlines on page 8 of their public comments, and I think that functions pretty well. It gives a really good outline on how this could how it would work for an outdoor versus a mixed light. One concern that came up, I don't know if it's a concern really, but what would be the determining factor? Like, if I'm an outdoor license, why wouldn't I fallow from November until spring? Like, if I know, if you're able to save money, you're not cultivating, you still have your immature plants, you're still allowed to sell your existing inventory from the last season. Why would someone want to maintain their license and not save money fallowing? There's got to be some kind of, I don't know what the word is, if it's incentive or some honor system, so that if you intend on staying in business and you're not actually fallowing, you're just in your dormant season, I think that kind of has to be looked at a little bit. Otherwise, why wouldn't every outdoor license fallow for that time period, and so that's one little component that came to my mind is, are there people that will just take advantage of a fallowing opportunity to save money and still keep their immature plants going and still sell their inventory and then essentially turn their permit back on when the grow season hits? I think that we want to kind of make some roadblocks so that wouldn't get taken advantage of, because there are a lot of people that really need that opportunity to fallow to stay in business, and there's other people that might just take advantage of that opportunity to save money. And so there should be some mechanism in there for screening that, or I don't know if it's financial or what, but something to consider there. But I do like the recommendations on the timelines and the process that the Ordinance Council provided on page 8 for this specific question about challenges.
So, yeah, this is Member Clifford. I agree. This is one issue I think we're going to really benefit. I'm really curious to hear public comment. I'm okay with the suggestion that we do have some excellent written comment, and we've had a discussion here. If we want to develop a recommendation based on that before we go, that's fine with me. And in my experience, folks in the audience, if they don't, or in the public, excuse me, if they don't, like our proposal and think it's better ideas, they're not going to be shy about telling us that either way. So I don't think we're going to narrow the focus of comment, but I am looking forward to hearing what the attendees have to say about this either way.
So I think that, we could even consider breaking this into 2 recommendations, right? We have a lot of, I think, leniency, so to speak, about how we approach this as a subcommittee. Whether we want to make recommendation or recommendations now, or we want to do that after public comment. But I do, in some ways, also like the idea of making some recommendations so that we can get input on those recommendations from public, going to public comment, right? I do appreciate kind of all of the things that we aren't thinking about as subcommittee members when we make a recommendation, there being an opportunity for public comment on said recommendations. So I, for ease sake, would probably break this into 2 parts if recommendations were going to come forward, right? So a temporary scale and size reduction, right? Opportunity, or AKA temporary license change for fallowing, I think is probably a separate recommendation from how the DCC might consider creating a streamlined path for permanent downscaling of a cultivation license, right? Because there are some, I think, different considerations. I do think a permanent downscaling of a license should be fairly simple, right? So long as that downscaling doesn't include modifications, right? We're not changing water sources. There's not increased energy usage. There's not new development occurring as far as like I'm downscaling from indoor to ML2 and I'm building these greenhouses over here, right? I don't know that that really could be a streamlined process, so to speak, because there's a lot to consider with the development of those new structures in that example. So maybe a recommendation could be considered by the subcommittee to request that the Department of Cannabis Control provide a streamlined opportunity for cultivators to reduce the size and or type of cultivation without having to go through a complete reapplication process, so long as that downsizing doesn't include a change to water usage, right? Or an increased water usage, an increased power usage, and doesn't include a reconfiguration or new development of the premises. I don't know what subcommittee members think about like breaking it off in that way and perhaps looking at a recommendation such as I had mentioned, and then maybe picking up a recommendation for fallowing secondarily.
So personally, I think it makes sense to separate those issues for the reasons you've said. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, I support that.
One thing I've been meaning to bring this up, and I'm sorry, this is a little bit of an aside, Chair Nevedal. This is like a suggestion, but I spend a fair amount of my time actually working in an analogous field in the field of habitat restoration and trying to find faster ways to permit and deal with environmental effects there, and ways to CEQA review and other things. And one thing I've learned in the course of that work is just an aside, is that the word streamlined ends up being a little bit of a trigger word amongst a bunch of the environmental community. For some reason, I guess it's been applied to a whole bunch of bad things in the past, big dams and things like that. And I just noticed that. And so we kind of have a practice in that, in that work about trying to avoid. So if there's some way to phrase this in terms of like permit efficiency or something like that, I would just, as a friendly amendment, suggest that, because I think we're going to want to package this as well as we can. Just to make clear, we're not trying to we're not trying to bypass environmental review. We're just trying to, use some common sense about not having to do duplicative reviews. Just a thought.
Yeah, no, I'm appreciate the suggestion. Any comments or suggestions, Member Brown, on trying to shape a recommendation in relationship to permanent downscaling of a license type?
Yeah, just something that comes to mind is that if their environmental document supports their current activities, and then they're going to downsize. It seems like if they want, if the industry turns around or their business is able to scale back up eventually, that as long as no additional changes from the original environmental document were happening, that they should be able to scale back up without too much review. I think the intention of this is, obviously to support the cultivators across the state, especially the smaller size cultivators, with the hopes that they're going to succeed, with the hopes that the price of cannabis flower is going to go back up, or and so just to keep that in focus, and if it does, or when it does, that they'll have the opportunity to get back into the scale and size that they were at beforehand. So just with the word permanent, yeah, I think that's fine if it's a permanent for the next licensing season. But if all of a sudden things change and they want to scale back up, then they should essentially be able to reverse the process just as easily with, that checkbox approach, saying, oh, I want to go back to my original license. No new site changes have occurred since the original environmental document. And so just making sure that it doesn't have to start over again if they want to scale back up. Making sure that the process is tied to their original environmental document. And I guess if that is more defined as temporary, and when they're filling out that checkbox of saying if this is permanent or temporary, well, maybe it's temporary for 3 years, or is it just temporary for 1 year? Is, how can we keep as much flexibility in there as possible without requiring too many review processes and different avenues?
Okay. I am trying to write my thoughts down here to see if we can get this conversation kind of shaped into a draft recommendation, right, for a permanent downscaling, right? So let's approach the permanent downscaling and then come back to the temporary downscaling, right? Because that if we approach the permanent, it might give us a foundation to discuss temporary on, so to speak. So we could consider a recommendation that the DCC provide a simple pathway, right, that allows a cultivation license holder to reduce the type and or size of cultivation license and or split their cultivation activities, such as from an ML1 to an ML1 in an outdoor, but with no footprint expansion, right? Permanently, without requiring a full new application and application review process, so long as the new downsizing, right, does not include premises development, premises reconfiguration, an increase in water usage, or an increase in energy consumption.
I think that's well phrased.
I don't know if you want like new activities as a phrase or term in there.
So long as the downscaling doesn't say add processing or immature plant area. Is that what you're concerned
Yeah,
about?
because it has to be covered under their existing CEQA or environmental document. And so if it's an existing activity versus a new activity, that's like a pretty big determining factor. Or, are these activities included under your existing environmental document? If we're trying to have the yes and no checkbox approach to really minimize the review time and say, all right, did they answer yes to any of those questions? I'm like, no, they didn't. All right, done. It passed more or less. So to keep that in mind, to try to keep it to a yes and no question approach. But yeah, new activities, increased water, increased energy. I think those are all, that should get pretty close. New buildings, all of that should get close to falling under existing in progress CEQA versus new.
Okay.
Yeah, what I was going to say is I think that your list there, Chair Nevedal, of the kind of like no additional water use, no additional energy, that's a good stand-in for what we're trying to do, which is basically say, have sideboards on there to ensure that there are not additional impacts that haven't been analyzed, et cetera. And it probably, I think that works well enough as a subcommittee. You can see what we're trying to do. It probably needs to be a non-exhaustive list, because if someone actually implements this, they're going to make sure that there aren't other kinds of effects that, and again, I think you'd have to go back to the environmental document that was done. Does that make sense? And so I'm okay. I think it's good phrased the way it is, but or we can add on or other things, blah, blah, blah,
Exactly. And we could, so we could make a minor adjustment that reads something like this. And my notes are choppy, so bear with me, okay? I'm not sure I can word for word repeat what I just had, but I'm gonna give it a crack with some friendly amendments, so to speak. The recommendation is that the DCC provide a simple pathway that allows a cultivation license holder to reduce the type and/or size of cultivation license, or perhaps split a license type so that a portion of it is reduced in size or type of cultivation, without, and this is for permanent scaling down only, without requiring a fully new application be submitted and an application process review occur, so long as the proposed permanent downscaling would not include activities that might trigger further environmental review, such as, right, increased water usage, increased energy consumption, new development of structures, the addition of new activities, right? Or other changes, again, that would require additional environmental review. Right, we could use that kind of phrasing of additional environmental review to make sure that as we shape a recommendation here, we leave it kind of wide open with its intent based more so than, right? And then the DCC is going to, I think we want to empower DCC leadership to really consider what might trigger additional environmental consideration. I think Member Clifford, your point's well taken, that really is baked into the programmatic environmental review document, which we don't have in front of us, right? So there could be aesthetic components, perhaps, if, right, I don't know, right, just, so I don't know how we feel about kind of looking at rephrasing this to expressly state that the downscaling should be simple and not require a full application review, so long as there's no proposed changes or additional activities proposed that would require additional environmental review.
Okay, well, I think you stated it pretty well. I mean, when you started reading there, it seemed like you're capturing, if that was the wording of the recommendation, I think it works well.
Okay, so in order for a recommendation to come forward, I'm happy to put a recommendation on the floor formally, and then we would need a second. So should I proceed with trying to formalize this so we can move forward? Okay, seeing nodding heads.
I think so.
So I would like to go ahead and make a motion for a recommendation. And let's make sure we get this right here. So the motion is that the subcommittee recommend to the DCC that the DCC provide a simple pathway that allows for permanent cultivation license downscaling, right? So allowing a license holder, cultivation license holder, to reduce the size or type of cultivation, or perhaps split their cultivation license into two smaller types or less intensive type, and keeping part of it the same type perhaps. And that this should not require a full new application submittal, nor should it require a full application review process, so long as what's proposed in that permanent downscaling would not trigger, right, additional environmental review. And I think we could leave it there.
Well, we're saying it should not trigger additional environmental review, right? And so I think we might want to be a bit more prescriptive there and say, like the original wording, will not, such as, I forget exactly how you phrased it, but we want to make sure that we're being a bit more prescriptive there about, and not just leaving it, because I think under existing law, what we're describing will trigger additional, or could, right? So.
Okay.
So,
So, the DCC should provide a simple pathway that allows a cultivation license holder to reduce the type or size of their cultivation license on a permanent basis without requiring a fully new applications be submitted or an application be reviewed, so long as the newly proposed permanent downscaling does not include in its proposal activities that would require additional environmental review, such as increased water usage, increased energy usage, a reconfiguration of the premises, new development, and or new activities.
Okay. I like that. One friendly amendment, I was thinking about this a bit more, would be, instead of saying wouldn't require additional environmental review, how about would not involve additional environmental impacts or something like that, to make it more,
Yeah, I'd like
to get to the substance of it.
I was
Yeah.
going to say the same thing. Not increase environmental impact or existing activities.
Oh. Okay. I imagine that we're getting close, and we probably need to say this a couple more times so that we get it on the record appropriately before we consider moving on. So I think I should probably take another stab at this.
Read it one more time. Yeah, I think we're there.
Okay. Recommend that the DCC provide a simple pathway that allows a cultivation license holder to reduce the type of cultivation license and or the size of cultivation license permanently without requiring the submission of a new application and the full application review, so long as the proposal for permanent downscaling does not increase environmental impacts or increase or add additional activities, does not include any new premises development or premises reconfiguration.
Or increase, you want to say or increased water use? Sorry to make this hard.
Well,
Or things like that.
I feel like
Okay.
I don't know if we're talking about new, does not increase environmental impacts. I
That's
don't
probably-
know how much we need to.
Yeah.
I think the water is going to be part of that, right? I think the energy
is.
going to be part of that because it's baked into the EIR.
It is.
so to speak.
The only, if we listed it, it would only be an example, and we probably don't need that. No, I think we're good.
Yeah, and I think that the reconfiguration of a premises, the reason for stating that specifically is because that would require additional review, I believe, from the DCC if someone's proposing a reconfigured premises, and it may or may not have an environmental impact associated with it, right? We wouldn't know that without conducting an analysis of that application. Same thing perhaps for new development, right? If they have to pull a building permit, I think we're stepping into the realm of modification, right? Because that, again, may or may not trigger additional environmental review consideration. So,
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay,
so
I think we have it on the record then, right?
I think that's a question for our court reporter.
You need a second?
We would need a second. Yes, please.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm wondering, moderator or court reporter, if there's the ability to have the recommendation read back, or if you need me to perhaps repeat it.
Chris, are you able to read the motion back?
I will do my best. Okay.
Deep breath.
Ooh, okay, so recommendation that the DCC provide a simple pathway that allows a cultivation license holder to reduce the cultivation license type and or size of the cultivation license permanently without requiring the submittal of a new application and application review process, so long as the proposal for the permanent scaling down of the cultivation license will not increase environmental impacts, does not propose additional activities, does not propose a reconfiguration of the premises, and does not propose new development. And Member Brown, you seconded the recommendation. Does what I read back, do you still support it in the second, or did I miss anything? Okay. And so, moderator, court reporter, I'm not sure who I'm asking here. Were you able to capture the recommendation, the proposed recommendation?
Chris Brower, were you able to capture the motion? And are you able to read it back?
Hi, this is Christina from the DCC. Let me read back what we have so that we're not looking back through the court reporter script. The motion that we have written down is that the Cultivation Subcommittee recommends that DCC provide a simple pathway that allows a cultivation license holder to reduce the type and or size of their cultivation license permanently without requiring the submittal of a new application or a new application review process, so long as the proposal for the permanent downscaling of the cultivation license does not increase environmental impacts, does not propose additional activities, does not propose a reconfiguration of the premises, and does not propose new development. Does that sound right?
That does sound correct. Thank you for that, Christina. Does that sound correct to you, Member Brown?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay, great. So I'd like to just, Christina, while we have you, confirm that we can consider a second recommendation at the same time. Is that correct?
And you mean without going to public comment first?
I do. Sorry for not being clear.
Let me just confirm we have one of our members of our legal staff on. Angela, does that sound right to you?
Yes, that is an option. The subcommittee may consider both recommendations before going to public comment.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the the help in kind of managing process here.
Absolutely.
So would the subcommittee like to then consider a second recommendation to address fallowing, and then take both of them to public comment to hear what the public thinks about not only this agenda item, but perhaps 2 recommendations that we bring forward?
I'm good with that.
Okay, so for fallowing, you know, the tricky thing about fallowing, in my opinion, is that the timeline for production is different between the license types, right? So, you know, outdoor cultivation has this limited summer season from, you know, May to say November, depending on where you are in the state. Mixed light tier 1 disallows high intensity discharge or high intensity light usage. So you're basically on a 3, you know, maybe a 3 half a year cultivation season, right? You might still be in a similar cultivation cycle or season as outdoor. But when we get into ML2 and indoor, which has the ability to use high intensity lighting, allowing for cultivation year round, right? We've got a different timeline of what their season looks like, right? Because their season is year round. So for simplicity's sake, for the agency, would it make more sense to require or consider a timeline by which every cultivator has to declare their fallowing intention? And then that timeline, you know, you stick with that temporary downscaling for a calendar year, and then you can consider upscaling again, right, for the next, say, calendar year. It would be a simple approach, because I think there's some cost considerations from an agency perspective that I think we would be wise to consider. If folks are downscaling and there's temporarily downscaling and there's opportunity for savings, oh gosh, man, I guess this would probably be best at renewal to temporarily downscale. I have concerns about how to manage the cost component for, you know, how to make a recommendation that's thoughtful, I think, of the cost component to downsizing temporarily, right? And maybe doing it as part of your renewal. Maybe it's the only time you can, but what if that renewal literally is in the middle of your cultivation cycle? Like you're an outdoor and you're planted and now you have to declare fallowing in July, right? You might already be planted. How do you say I'm going to downscale in the middle of a cultivation season? Right? And then how do you, if we put it on a calendar year, how would that cultivator realize a cost saving benefit to fallowing if they have to declare fallowing in January and they have 6 more months left on that state license? Right? I'm sure it's not practical for the department to consider any portion of a refund, right? That seems like a nightmare. So, and maybe we don't worry about it. Maybe we just make a recommendation that says, you know, the Department of Cannabis Control should provide an opportunity for cultivators to temporarily downscale and fallow their cultivation canopy, right, at a reduced pricing opportunity. And we just leave it at that. We don't worry about the timelines. We let the department figure it out, and we don't wade into the minutia. That would be a really simple kind of clean approach, so to speak. I don't think I can think of all of the considerations that DCC should have or will have during this conversation, but we could just support this concept of a temporary license reduction that the state should create.
So Christian, that makes sense to me because it seems to me like it's easy to imagine kind of some worlds we would want to get to eventually, like, you know, a more flexible system, but how to, you know, it's always that thing about how do you you can't redesign the plane while it's flying, right? It's kind of hard, right? And so how do you get from the existing system to that is something that really requires a lot of thought. And so to me, I would rather go on record and make some kind of general recommendation like that, than be constrained by like what we can brainstorm, in the course of this meeting today. I think that makes a lot of sense. One thing I wonder a lot of times with these recommendations is how much of the rationale for that we should build into the recommendation itself, and how much we should kind of leave for the underlying, for the conversation we had. We'll report this to the main committee, right? And so we'll talk about it then, and ultimately it'll go into a report. But I mean, there's probably some pretty compelling reasons why we think this change is beneficial. And I'm wondering, just thinking out loud here, whether we want to build any of that into the motion, like, because, in order to provide the market flexibility that will help growers, adapt to market conditions and environmental conditions or something like that. I don't know. That's just a thought, but I don't feel strongly about it.
Right. I mean, there might be a way to, and I'm not expecting an answer from DCC staff here, but I just think we're kind of talking through how this might work, right, as a subcommittee. There may very well be a way to allow fallowing upon renewal, where you pay your renewal application fee. You say, I want a temporary reduction, so you pay for the temporarily reduced size. And then if, as a cultivator, you're like, holy cow, the market's recovering, I suddenly have a lot of demand, so now I want to plant, could you then pay the difference between your reduced size and going back to, say, your full cultivation size, so you could retract that fallowed, that fallowed license for that 12-month period. So
yeah. What you want is a world where you can conform all that to what actually occurred on the ground, right? Like you want to be able to and have that be enforceable and et cetera, like that. But let me have flexibility to meet conditions as they evolve in real time, and let me pay a license fee based on what actually happened in real life. I mean, that would be, there'd be a lot of advantages to that, and a whole lot of challenges in implementing something. You'd have to redesign the system, right? But that's where you want to get to.
I mean, I think that's where we want to get to, right? Where folks have some flexibility to renew with a fallowed intention, right? So I'm renewing my license and I'm declaring my intention to fallowing. So I want to scale down, say, to a 2,500 square foot license, so I can keep genetics and manage whatever other commercial activities are associated with that license. And I want to also have the flexibility to cultivate my full square footage upon notification and paying the difference in those licensing fees, right? Going from 25 back up to, say, my 10,000, if that's where I was at. So I think some sort of simple recommendation that states that intention might be appropriate for this one.
Yeah.
And then there also needs to be flexibility. Like, there's got to be flexibility for the cultivator who renews in the middle of, say, an outdoor season, right? I can't imagine asking them to reduce their cultivation size from 10,000 to 2,500 in the middle of that season. I mean, are they declaring their intention for next year? Can they finish out that harvest? Or would they have to have only planted their reduced square footage? Or should we not really even worry about that level of minutia and just ask the DCC to please provide a pathway that allows for, upon renewal, the temporary reduction of the cultivation area for the purposes of fallowing, and an opportunity for that cultivator to go back to their full cultivation area should they choose to do so, right? So then they could notify and then pay the difference, perhaps. I mean, we could just keep it simple and let CC work out all the little bugs and kinks in it.
I think so. And just as another thought on the environmental side, I don't think it needs to go into the recommendation, but I mean, the principle is that you would, when this is permitted, you'd permit it, and analyze the impacts for the maximum amount of footprint or the maximum amount of activity that would take place, recognizing that in practice, that maximum amount, might not occur all the time, right? Which is fine. And that's a familiar concept that's done all the time, in other contexts, right? And you're covered because any reduced activities, provided you have a good idea, you need to define what is considered reduced, as we discussed with our last recommendation. But once you do that, any reduced activities, the effects of that have already been analyzed. And so we're within that footprint that's been permitted already. So this seems to make sense at this conceptual level. Again, it's a question of how do you get there?
Right.
I think it'd be nice also if we talked about just so that the participants can hear our understanding of the reasons why fallowing is important, and also DCC, because it's not just one reason. And so if I may, I would just say, there's the issue of some people are, going out of business. They haven't sold any of last year's product because the price of dry flower is flooded and competitive and doesn't financially pan out. But they're hopeful that the following year, maybe things are going to come back up. That's kind of one reason they're not ready to quit being a cultivator yet, but they need to take a year off. Other people might be in a similar situation and want to sell their business maybe to some other entity that wants to take advantage of their infrastructure and their license. So maybe they want it to remain transactionally viable, but they're not interested in cultivating anything also. Some people might have a soil pathogen or a pest and disease issue, and they want to let their soil lay dormant or treat it for a season and not cultivate mature flowers during that time period. So I don't know, just so the DCC can help analyze the opportunities for avenues for fallowing. Depending on the issue, maybe each issue is going to have its own avenue. There might not be a one size fits all approach to this. And I'm probably overlooking some other reasons why people might want to fallow also. I know in the past, some people have discussed, wow, I would love to have 2 plots so I can fallow one and essentially, grow in grow in opposite plots every year. And that's kind of a whole separate issue, but I did want to throw that in there because that's what in traditional farming, that's typically what happens. You grow a crop in it and then you grow something else to replenish the soil. And so because this is agriculture, when you have to define your square footage to such a strong degree, that I think that's where a lot of this also came from. It's like, man, I want 2 plots and I want to rotate my plots and fallow 1 plot each year. But that's kind of a whole separate can of worms, but DCC should keep that in the back of their head when they're considering the fallowing opportunity. And, and again, keeping that concern I had in mind about, well, what's to inhibit someone from just taking advantage of fallowing to close out in November, sell all of their product if they're able to sell it all. They're aiming for that 50% reduction kind of winter savings, and then they'll go back into business theoretically. So there just has to be some kind of safety measure in there so that the opportunity to assist people isn't taken advantage of for financial reasons for those that don't need it.
Right. So what if we considered a recommendation that the DCC provide a pathway that allows a cultivator to fallow all or a portion of their mature plant canopy area at a reduced license price. And I think there's so many nuts and bolts and ins and outs of like when and how and what those mechanisms. I don't know that our recommendation needs to include those nuts and bolts, right? I think we want to ensure that there can be an opportunity to reduce your production, right? Your mature plant canopy, which is what your license cost is based on. But we want to make sure that folks can continue to conduct processing if they need, storage and sales if they need, hold genetics if they need, if they have an immature plant area. So what if we just keep it really simple? And we say, you know, recommend that the DCC provide a simple pathway to licensed cultivators, providing them an opportunity to fallow a portion or all of their mature plant canopy on an annual basis.
So again, I support that approach for the reasons I said a little while ago. Jeremy, you ducked off for a minute. I'm not sure if it was just your video or if you were part of that discussion, but I think a general approach makes sense, and that the ins and outs of this are going to require a bunch of people to sit down and deal with a lot of complicated issues for a fair amount of time. And I don't think we're going to get that done today. So, but I really think it's worth going on record with a recommendation in this regard.
Yeah, I support that. And something else that came to my mind is that, you know, the DCC structured the license fees to reflect the theoretical harvests per season. And so that's why, you know, the indoor license is more expensive and the mixed light is more expensive and the outdoor is least expensive, was kind of for that premise that you're only conducting that harvest of mature canopy X number of times per year. And so I think we just have to kind of keep in mind what the, you know, the DCC structure and how they've arranged their fee schedule. If that outdoor fee schedule is already essentially for one harvest per year, you kind of have to commit to fallowing for that mature canopy harvest season. It's not like you're fallowing in the springtime when there's no mature canopy going on. So the fallowing, I think, is going to be, it's going to have to be catered to each license type, so to speak. And yeah, it's going to be complicated, and there's all sorts of legal things that are way beyond our legal expertise on this, I think. And so I don't know if the recommendation should be to provide it or for the DCC to just give us the parameters in which we could consider recommendations also. Yeah.
I mean, I think we can paint with pretty big strokes here, right?
Yeah.
I think we can really shape, in my experience, we've been able to, as subcommittees and then the full CAC, shape recommendations that really are based on intention, and then let the DCC legal team and leadership and all of the brilliant minds over there figure out how to get to the intention, hopefully, right, that the CAC has provided. So I would prefer not to get in the weeds too much if we can stay out of it. It's hard to do, in my opinion, but if we can stay out of the weeds on this, I think it would be beneficial.
Yeah, I agree. I think also if we mention some of the weeds and not others, that, you know, we're going to leave something out. So I would encourage us to go, if we're going to go broad, go pretty broad along the lines of what you read a minute ago. That's my view.
Okay. So
do we want to include anything about, sorry to interrupt, do we want to include anything about, like, you know, our perceived value in the concept of fallowing, and, you know, recommend that the subcommittee emphasizes the need to explore fallowing? Like, do we need to emphasize the urgency or the importance in the recommendation, or are we just looking for the overall?
I think there's no harm in doing that, right? So if we wanted to put some urgency language in there, absolutely, I think we could. And I think for, like, if we wanted to include that in the recommendation, that'd be great. I think also when we say we pass these recommendations, right? When we bring this back to the CAC, should we pass recommendations today, I think it's going to be important that the report out to the full CAC does provide an explanation for any recommendation the subcommittee passes, right? So essentially, if we pass, say, a fallowing recommendation, I think when we bring a fallowing recommendation back to the full committee, we would want to be thoughtful and mindful to make sure that we're explaining to the full committee why this is so important and so urgent and so necessary, and why it should be done immediately, because we're in this, you know, collapsed market. We have economic challenges outside of just what's happening in the market We also have environmental considerations where someone may have a water issue, or we might be in a drought period, or have to shut down a water storage facility temporarily, or vessel temporarily, right? So whatever it might be, right? Pathogens, or I think we want to make sure that we're very descriptive and clear with the full committee. And I think that's really where that's really going to be important for us to move any recommendation we pass to the full committee.
Yeah, I agree with all that. You know, one thing we haven't talked about, and tell me if this is not right, but I mean, I assume this world we would move to with more flexibility. I mean, a downside of that is this would result in a world in which there was less revenue stability and certainty for the department, right? And I don't think, you know, that's a trade-off. And I think it's an appropriate trade-off, because right now, that uncertainty, the cost of that uncertainty, you know, it's not that it's not there, it's just being borne by the regulated community, right? Which is creating real problems. And so we're just kind of recognizing that cost and you know, reallocating a little bit and allowing more flexibility on the grower side. Because right now they're paying for that uncertainty is the way it looks to me. And that's, you know, something that works in the short term, but maybe not the long term. So just a thought.
I mean, I think theoretically, if there's not an option to go to zero payment, right, so to speak. So say I have 10,000 square feet and I want to fallow 100% of my mature plant canopy area. I think one of the ways the Department of Cannabis Control could manage that cost uncertainty, right, would be to say, great, you want to fallow maybe 100% of your mature plant canopy. Your minimum cost for doing so is a specialty cottage of that license type, right? So if I'm reducing, right, my outdoor, I'm saying I'm going to fallow my outdoor cultivation, right? Holding that license, like for the department to recover costs of holding that license active and doing an inspection to ensure that fallowing occurred, or whatever, you know, reduced activities you claimed. I think there would probably be some sort of minimum fee that the department would have to charge so that they could ensure, right, that the compliance components are being met, and that plant tags for processing or immature plant area to hold genetics, that those are paid for, right?
Yeah, there's things the department could do, absolutely. But now we're in the weeds again, and you know, I don't want to go there. But I think that's the kind of thing that would be considered, right? There are measures they could take to reduce the uncertainty, but you know, ultimately it would be a trade-off. There would still be some there, and I think that makes a lot more sense than the status quo, honestly.
Okay, so I'm going to take a crack at making a motion. So hopefully I'm not stepping on any of the subcommittee members' toes, just trying to kind of move things forward. Subcommittee recommends that the DCC provide a simple pathway to cultivators that allow a cultivation license holder to fallow all or a portion of the mature plant canopy area at a reduced license price rate. Not eloquent, but to the point.
Oh, I'll second that if that's the motion.
Thank you for that, Member Clifford. And any discussion, questions, any friendly amendments or recommendations on that from committee members?
The only like conceptual thing I would think to add is just something about, you know, ... as this would provide, I don't know, as this would provide cultivators contemplating closing their bid. You know, I don't want to get into the weeds again, but
what if we insert an urgency phrase in the front of it, in the beginning of it?
Yeah, and I think it's also like quick relief is kind of a term. It's you know, it's something that could theoretically happen pretty fast and alleviate a lot of people's challenges or fears.
So what if we consider a friendly amendment that goes something like this? Maybe this would get to your concerns, Member Brown. Recommend that the DCC provide a simple and immediate pathway to cultivators that allow the cultivation license holder to fallow all or a portion of the mature plant canopy area at a reduced license rate, right? In an effort to support stability in the marketplace.
Yeah, that's definitely more along the lines I was thinking. This gives it a more wholesome approach. Yeah, I support it as is. I'm sure we could add a few more words that would make it a little more appealing to me, but I'm fine as is.
Okay, so Member Clifford, would you support those friendly amendments?
Yeah, I'll still second it with the friendly amendments, yes.
Okay, and so it sounds like we have a motion, a second motion, and so Ms. Dempsey, would you like to read it back or ask a question? I see.
I would. I just want to make sure that we have this down correctly. So here's what we have. The subcommittee recommends that DCC provide a simple and immediate pathway to cultivators that allows licensed cultivators to fallow all or a portion of their mature plant canopy area at a reduced license rate in an effort to support stability in the marketplace.
That sounds like it. Thank you. Member Clifford, do you agree? That was the motion.
Yes, I do. I second.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much. So we have two recommendations, and I think unless there's additional conversation that the subcommittee members would like to have, I'm definitely open to it. If not, I think we could go to public comment. So subcommittee members, any additional conversation, or should we move to public comment on this item? Okay, seeing no additional comments from subcommittee members and hearing no additional comments from subcommittee members, I would like to go to public comment, and I would also like to request as we move into public comment that the moderator read back both motions so that the public is hopefully clear on what to comment on.
I would defer to legal.
I would like to defer to legal on the reading back of the motions, and then I can read over the parameters for public comment.
Thank you. This is Angela McIntyre Abbott, counsel for the department. The first motion that has been made by the subcommittee is a recommendation that the DCC provide a simple pathway that allows the cultivation license holder to reduce the type and/or size of their cultivation license permanently without requiring a new application submittal or a new application review process, so long as the proposal for the permanent downscaling does not increase environmental impacts, does not propose additional activities, does not propose the reconfiguration of the premises, and does not propose new development. The second motion before the subcommittee is a recommendation that the DCC provide a simple and immediate pathway to cultivators that allows a cultivator to fallow all or a portion of their mature plant canopy area at a reduced license rate in an effort to support stability in the marketplace.
Okay, we are now taking public comment on agenda item number 3. If you'd like to make a comment on this agenda item, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon next to your name if you've logged on into the meeting, or by pressing *3 if you've called into the meeting. We are displaying those instructions for your convenience. Please note that for the sake of time, you will have 2 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. When your time is up, you will be muted, and we will move on to the next requester. And as a reminder, members of the public will have 1 opportunity to speak on each agenda item. So with that, we are going to begin with, call-in user 50 just sent you a request to unmute. Call-in user 50, I have requested that you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Sorry, I was pushing pound 6. I'm like, why does it keep saying that? Okay. Hi, my name is Wendy Kornberg. I have run a farm in Humboldt County. And the only comment I had was that there be the possibility, or you guys. Oh, sorry, talking to me. Automated voice. The only recommendation I would have is that we add one little caveat to it, that it is an extremely reduced rate, because reducing it 10% is not going to help cultivators, but if it was reduced, more than 50%, then that's something that I think a lot of us could actually do. We were going to give up 2 of our mixed light licenses because they were providing no pathway to transition those into an outdoor and then combine everything into one license. I was told I have to reapply for the entire license. So I was just going to let them go and not even do it. But if we can get it, so let those fallow for a year while I figure out how to move this forward, then that's something that is very, very attractive, but it has to be fallowable at a rate that is not even close to the annual permit fees. So that would be my only comment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Attendee Abe, I've sent you an invitation to unmute your microphone. Go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me? Okay. This is Abe from Nevada County. I have one comment, and it's not necessarily on, it's on a specific license type, which is the processor. And I would like to recommend that the processor fee is tiered by the volume of the work. So if I'm a small processor and I give service to, let's say, 10 farms, I'm still saying
Hi
paying
there. I would like to remind commenters that we are commenting on the item 3 of the agenda and the 2 motions that are before the subcommittee.
Okay, that is fine. I would like to reduce the fees, and that might help people not to follow. That's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul and Susan, I have sent a request to unmute your microphone. Paul and Susan, the floor is yours. All right, we will come back to Paul and Susan. Attendee Ross Gordon, I've sent a request to unmute.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, okay. Told me I was still muted. Ross Gordon on behalf of Origins Council. Appreciate the conversation this morning. Want to really underline the reason I think why the committee at your previous meeting prioritized these items, which is really the urgency of these issues. In terms of fallowing, it is January 19th. People are trying to figure out if they're going to plant in 2023, what they're going to do for 2023. This conversation about fallowing has been initiated. We've had conversations with the DCC about it going back to October 2021. We largely missed the window for the 2022 growing season, and we're going into 2023. So really appreciate the addition of sort of the urgency to this discussion, and really want to underline that part of the conversation that I feel is really critical. Also think it's really urgent to prioritize this transition from mixed light 1 to outdoor licensing, given that DCC regulations have changed and cultivators are now legally entitled to this transition. And there's no process to be able to do that currently. And as Wendy mentioned earlier, no clarity on what that process is going to look like. And so with that in mind, appreciate sort of where the subcommittee has moved the discussion to really keeping these motions simple, because what I think is most critical to come out of this meeting is a commitment to passing those policies and understanding that there are some complexities about how that's implemented. But this is a very difficult forum, in my opinion, to be able to discuss those complexities. We have 2 minutes in public comment, very difficult to give technical feedback, and we don't have the DCC's input either as the organization that is going to implement these items. And so really the most important thing I wanted to raise in this public comment is I really hope that we're able to find the proper forum to be able to work through these technical details urgently right now, to be able to do that this year in the next coming weeks and months, so that we're not losing the urgency of getting these things done by raising a bunch of problems, which some of these are real problems, but let's figure out the way to work through them. I don't think this is the place to work through them. So I appreciate the committee for keeping these motions simple. May have some small ideas about those motions, but frankly, I don't know that there's enough time to get into them. Let's get the idea passed and let's start talking about how to implement it right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Attendee Tamara Kislak, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Mara Kislak, I have a farm in Mendocino County, and I wanted to add just a little piece regarding the permanent downsizing. And this is I know for a fact that I'm not the only person in this situation. I originally started cultivating my 10,000 square feet on a mixed light license, and part of that was outdoor with some light manipulation. When I had a state light manipulation to prolong vegetative state so that I could hold them off until they could get bigger. The state came out, did an inspection, and said that outdoor was not allowed on the mixed light if there was no light manipulation was not allowed out on the mixed light without a structure. And so the state actually, by their interpretation of the ordinance, required me to get a second license. And so now I hold an outdoor license and a mixed light license. And what I would love to do, and I know there are other people in my exact position, would be take those both together. And what essentially that would be is I would take my outdoor license, increase the square footage of it to encompass the existing premises diagram, no changes to the water usage or the environmental impact, but it may on face value seem like an increase. But so I would recommend adding something to state that for the overall process. And also thank you, Mr. Brown, for saying that cannabis is ag. To that end, other business licenses prorate, so that might be an option for this timing with fallowing. Thank you. All of this is urgent. Thank you for your help.
Thank you. Attendee Marissa Corey, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Yes, thank you. Regarding permanent downsizing of license types, I would like to second what Ross Gordon said regarding cultivators who are light deprivation cultivators that are currently operating under a mixed light tier 1 license. At least in Humboldt County, light deprivation is already considered outdoor cultivation. So I would like to see a quick and easy process, maybe somewhat like the original notice of license type change document that we used to be able to submit, that would allow these light deprivation growers to go from mixed light tier 1 back to outdoor. Because again, as Ross said, they're legally allowed to have this change. And if they already have a statement of no lights in their license, their site plan is already accurate, they're not asking to change anything whatsoever aside from the fees that they pay. I'd like to see that really simplified into a process that's maybe a document in a couple days. Regarding temporary fallowing, I think that people should be allowed, if they're fallowing, to keep product in the metric system and continue to try and sell it. Because as of right now, if you follow your license for a year, you have 30 days to completely empty your metric. You cannot continue to process your product. You can't continue to sell your product. And if your product is out at distro, you can't get it back now because now you have no metric. So I think that we should just allow people to keep their product in metric when they're following. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Attendee Sebastian Gomez Devon, I have sent you a request to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Sebastian Gomez Devine. I'm calling from Central Coast Agriculture. Regarding challenges for cultivators to convert existing licenses, we would like to request that the DCC reconsider the restrictions that have been placed on large cultivation licenses, preventing licensees from holding distribution licenses and large licenses simultaneously. We currently utilize Type 11 distribution licenses to store finished products and hold this inventory in quarantine during batch sampling for COAs before transferring to third-party distributors. These restrictions have prevented us from converting our existing cultivation licenses from small to large. as our third-party distributors do not have the capacity to store large amounts of product for us and their other customers during the quarantine and batch sampling process. We would also like the DCC to consider filing periods for temporary license reductions with regard to fallowing on a seasonal basis. As an outdoor cultivator, past offers of drought relief have been too rigid with fixed 12-month timeframes, which cut into the middle of our growing season due to our renewal dates and did not provide us with enough flexibility to accommodate our seasonal harvest schedule. We would recommend that license cost and size reductions be offered based on the reduction in harvest or on a daily cost basis in order to enable growers to go fallow when needed without the full burden of fixed annual licensing costs. We also believe that cultivators should have the flexibility to rescind temporary license size reductions or fallow requests based on market volatility. Thank you for your time today and your service on the committee.
Thank you. Attendee Sequoia Hudson, I've sent a request for you to be able to unmute. Attendee Sequoia Hudson, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Good morning, my name is Sequoia Hudson. I am calling from Northern California. I am a small farm cultivator, as well as the CEO of the Humboldt Sun Growers Guild that works with a lot of cultivators in the area and have experienced and realized many of the challenges we're facing with these opportunities to change our license types and fallowing and everything that's going on there. I would like to, I have heard it mentioned a little bit previously, but I just want to reiterate the importance of being able to adjust possibly our renewal dates as in our specific circumstance, we applied in January when licenses first started. Our license wasn't approved till August, which then makes our license period from August to August of each year. We recently requested fallowing through the emergency declaration process. And as the previous caller just stated, they require us to give a strict 12-month period of non-operation and having to reapply or reactivate our license in August of this year now, because it was August of last year. But as an outdoor farmer, we can't wait till August to plant or to have operations on our farm. We need to be able to plant and start our operations earlier in the year in April. So if we can't renew our license till August, that's basically season over for us. So we would have to renew our license this year just to get it active to then not cultivate again till next year. And so we're looking for some way to be able to either prorate the license fee, maybe pay an additional fee for the partial year this year to go into next year. Really, ideally, it seems like a proration to get active again would be most ideal, or allowing us to operate sooner in the year and not having that strict 12-month requirement for fallowing. The fallowing was intended for the last season, which was 2022. And we had no operations last year. We did not cultivate, we did not plant. But then this year for 2023, we would need to start in, say, April to be able to harvest in September, October. So that's the first thing. I also would like to see there be some prioritization.
I'm sorry, 2 minutes is up. Attendee Michaela Sweat, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Hello, regarding downsizing, I'd like the CAC to please reconsider the word reconfiguration language. Reconfiguration is called a modification, which within the current regulations. Please see 15027 B and H specific to cultivators. Downsizing will absolutely require a premises reconfiguration or modification as part of remaining compliant with the current regulations. So I think if you read that, licensees will have to submit a new cultivation plan and premises diagram to show the new calculations of the actual canopy size, immature plant growing areas, lighting diagrams and lighting calculations that are required. So a premises modification actually is required for downsizing. Regarding fallowing, I think the issue here really is in how license fees are structured, because essentially licensees are paying for a flat fee for the plant tags and metric access. And so the current license fee structure does not allow for flexibility for following. So everything I've heard from operators, cultivators are excellent points, and I support all of those. So I won't repeat those, but plant tags are a huge cost within that license fee structure. So I request the CAC get the actual costs from the DCC to determine how to make the recommendation on how you handle license fees for fallowing.
Thank you. Attendee John Foley, I've sent you a request to unmute. Go ahead, Attendee Foley.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is John Foley. I own Riverstar Ranch. I'm an annually licensed small mixed light one farm located in Nevada County. I also serve as the board chair of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance. I'm going to go a little off script today based on the conversation. Personally, I'm not interested in fallowing this year, but I am a small mixed light license holder that would qualify for outdoor under the new DCC definition, and I know many other cultivators here in the county do as well. For my personal situation, there's literally no change to my operation premises. It is simply a conversion from one license type to another. And I'm going to repeat what others have said, that there needs to be a clear pathway in order to do that. At the county, we have a simple amendment process, and it really should be that for the state. There should be no additional application fees. And in fact, since my license is due in November, I've essentially paid for this whole 2023 season. Fees should be prorated, and if not, refunded, applied to the next growing season. Furthermore, we also have
30 seconds.
We also have amendments to our new ordinance here that will allow farms to change their license type and apply for additional license types, including the micro business. And there needs to be a simple process for that. And the lapse in local and state timing could be done with a prorated approach to make sure that farms aren't overpaying for their licenses. That's
right.
2 minutes. So thank you.
Up, sir. Attendee Magro Advisors, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Kelly Flores with Margaret Advisors. I'd like to request that the second motion be modified to say minimum license rate for their license type. I think that would be the best language to address that. And we appreciate the committee's effort for the first motion to introduce a permanent reduction process. However, we really need a modification process that allows for reevaluation of a premise map or lighting diagram along with water or power source. Now consider the fact that adding rain catchment is considered a water source. Adding solar power is considered a new power source. Those are environmentally beneficial, and they should not detract from allowing a modification to be processed. And the modification process would eliminate all of the repetitive items. There's no need to reevaluate the seller's permit and the bond and the live scan and the background check. That's what the modification process should do. It should eliminate all of those elements that are repetitive in trying to apply for a new license in an existing farm. Now, I'd also like to recommend that to remind the committee that when licensing fees were introduced, wholesale products were at like $2,000 a pound, and those days are long gone. So if fallowing a farm allows a discount to these farmers for a few months, consider letting them have it. These farmers are not going to survive without the advantages to address high regulatory costs. And as other people mentioned, prorating the renewal fees is probably the best way to support this and simplify this process. So I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Attendee Hannah Nelson, I've sent you a request to unmute.
The first thing I'd like to say is I'd like to echo the urgency and the need for further stakeholder input with the agency. I think that there are a lot of details, and I'm going to try and hit a few. But overall, I'd like to say that none of these issues would be terribly complicated if there was a cannabis as agriculture designation. With respect to fallowing, in addition to the urgency, the issues with respect to timing, especially given that applicants had no control over when their license is issued, is really important. But also any limitations with respect to whether it's for this purpose or that purpose really should be avoided. I think that the fallowing provision of the drought emergency was very limited to the emergency, of course, but as it turns out, a lot of situations didn't work. And I think we learned from that we need to make sure to avoid limitations so that people could take advantage of this benefit. Also, it's possible to consider instead of a refund, a credit to the next license year. With respect to license changes, there's really no need to distinguish between temporary or permanent. It's, there's also a difference between, as the last commenter just stated, a difference between simple scientific amendment versus a new application which requires CEQA review. I think that you want to make sure that you're doing further environmental review only where needed, and a check the box solution is possible. Premises for reconfiguration, if no impact, shouldn't require further environmental review. So we want to make sure that that's not including. Additionally, additional activities, just make sure that the different types of cultivation styles don't trigger or are considered new activities. Thanks.
Thank you. Attendee Wade Laughter, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Yes, Wade Laughter here, Nevada County. I wanted to speak in support of the two motions that the committee has made. I won't attempt to cover the many eloquent comments that have been shared by folks who actually have licenses and are trying to make the system work. I, again, want to remind the Department of Cannabis Control that the whole purpose of legalization was to get people to obey the rules. An unfortunate consequence of prohibition is the assumption of criminality in the cannabis industry. And what's true is anyone that has at this point entered into the legal market and is complying with the law is clearly not a criminal. Give these people a chance to succeed in business. To Mr. Brown's, Committee Member Brown's observation that cannabis industry should be treated not just as ag, but as any other business. And how many businesses go through this kind of rigmarole around deciding what they're going to do in their coming business year? That's all I have. Thank you very much. And I wanted to also point out how beautifully this meeting has gone in terms of covering a very challenging topic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Attendee Craig Johnson, you have an invitation to unmute. Attendee Craig Johnson. There you go.
Good morning, Craig Johnson, Southern Humboldt County, Alpenglow Farms. Amazing conversation this morning. I love that the conversation of agriculture came up because we are farmers and what we do is dynamic and shifting and changing constantly. I really appreciate members Clifford and Brown for mentioning that. To that, I heard the word permanent in the first proposal. Nothing's permanent with farming, as we're all learning here. And if I could throw out a possible fee idea, and that would be application fee for said license possibly be the fallow fee. And we're paying a fee to the state because we're hoping we're going to stop doing business, but we're going to hope that they can get it together and the market and the whole system will mature. And we have faith and trust in that. That's what we're doing. We're paying a fee and we're showing our trust by that because we want to come back into doing business at full scale. We don't want to be smaller. We want to be to our full potential, whatever that is. So to that, I feel a lot of the problem is that the fees are just placing us out of the system. So if we took all the application fee and got rid of the license annual fee, that cost, and made that the actual yearly fee, that would probably be a great place to start. So instead of me paying $4,820 a year, I would pay $535. That would take care of a lot of the conversation we're having and make it so streamlined. In Humboldt County, we pushed off Measure S, which is our square footage tax. Now I have no problem doing my potatoes and squash and polyculture in my aisles, doing the crop rotations like the other members talked about. So it's the fee structure that is really stifling to us and the cost of doing business. So we're trusting you all and we will hold our place and let's keep this all moving forward. Thank you.
Attendee Hannah White, I've just sent you a request to unmute. Excuse me, one moment. Attendee Hannah White, I just sent, there you go. You're on. Go ahead.
Great. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. Calling as an owner operator in Humboldt County. Appreciate the conversation. I would like to double down and underline what Ross Gordon, Hannah Nelson, and Marco advisors said. My personal experience, I have 2 licenses because of the state's initial requirement for mixed light, which is now considered outdoor. The state currently has a platform that I just became aware of, which is a license conversion option. This is to allow all of the larger cultivators who have multiple small licenses to convert to a medium or a large. If this process could be opened up to include switching mixed light and aggregating 2 licenses to 1, converting to 1 medium outdoor or 1 large outdoor, whatever it would be, for this opportunity through the regulations, changing the statement of no lights is outdoor seems reasonable. I feel like the platform already exists, the license conversion. So if the DCC can look into just how to change a couple backdoor features, I think we could have this open up for everyone in the situation, which is a lot of people, specifically in Humboldt County. That's one. Also, if there was an option in our renewal process to choose your date and then, like have a prorated credit if you are paying
30 seconds.
6 months and then your next year, and then be able to roll over. And like fallowing should just be a year for whoever, like your outdoor, indoor, your license, you're like, I'm going to fallow and make it 25% or 10%, whatever, an affordable rate to be able to administer the licenses being retained. Appreciate the opportunity to speak in your time of service.
Thank you. Attendee Daniel, Ignite Daniel, I have sent a request to unmute. There you go. Ignite Daniel, you are unmuted.
Greetings. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Greetings all. Ignite Daniel with Life Development Group. We've helped a number of social equity applicants here in Los Angeles, cultivators, resellers, and just other types across the board get their licensing. And for 2 minutes, definitely does not give us enough time to say what needs to be said. Giving those of us in this industry just a place to really be heard, to really tell you guys what works and is not working for us. There strongly needs to be some formality between the local and state licensing processes. Many of these issues impact small and or social equity applicants more than anyone else. And with that said, you are more than appreciated for what you do, and we are so thankful for you. However, we urge you to develop an oversight committee to though we wouldn't need it, right, if there was no greed and if with the greed was taken out of supplying medicine, which is unheard of, but because it is, there is a strong need for an oversight committee, especially at the local levels, to make sure that's what's getting done. A lot of these things we're being held up on what seems like deliberately and on purpose, right? And it really only hurts the smaller businesses in this business and social equity applicants who are looking to investors or looking to other people, family members who are coming together. Like, people are really losing their entire livelihood because these processes are not to get, like, there is no formality across the board for someone like another lady said she gets her license
30
in
seconds.
August, and it's not helping, right? Like, it just doesn't help that it's across the board. There just needs to be some more formality, and we urge you guys to be that voice that we need you to be. Give thanks.
Thank you. Attendee Adrian Keys, I've sent you a request to unmute. There you go.
From the Trinity County Agriculture Alliance. I'm also a regional chair on the Ordinance Council. I'm thinking of the second motion sounds pretty good. The only thing that I would like to change in it, if possible, would be the last sentence where it's referring to the industry stability. I think that we should be focusing on the cultivators with this. I'd also like to include something along like, providing the much needed flexibility to cultivators available to other agriculture, because that's really kind of what a lot of us are getting at here, is that we're just trying to be on parity with other existing industries. The first motion, I don't think really captures the gist of the agenda item. I really believe that the intent was what probably 95% of the cultivators who've commented so far today are mentioning, and that's the recombining of licenses and the process being used for the large licenses. Maybe that's an option. I like the idea, man, I can't remember who brought it up, but it's really just more of like an adjustment. And one of the things I'm looking at is, even though I'm an outdoor licensee, my county allows light dep in that license type. If I don't know what process I'm going to be getting into through a scientific amendment, I'm also transitioning right now through CEQA and into an annual license. I need to be able to buy my cuttings and my materials now, or I'm going to miss this year either way, as far as the opportunity to take advantage. So I would like the first motion to be retooled significantly and to approach the otherwise noted transitioning from ML1 or a combination of licenses to an outdoor license. Thank you.
Thank you. Attendees Paul and Susan Hansberry-Tibbin, since you have request to unmute. There you go. You are unmuted.
That we can't hear you.
We are unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Co-moderator to display slide 16.
Co-moderator, can you put slide 16 on so that Paul and Susan may be able to fix their audio issue?
The audio slide.
That one right there. Right, we will move on and we will get back to you, Paul and Susan, if you can take a look and see what you can do for, so we're gonna move on to call-in user number 54. Request has been sent to unmute your microphone. Call-in user 54. There you go.
Yeah, can you hear me? All right, thank you.
Yeah.
My name is James Buer. I'm CEO of Sunvis here in Southern Humboldt and the founder of Organic Cultivators. And we we need a quick and easy pathway to combine licenses. So we have 2 mixed lights and an outdoor, being able to combine that into 1 outdoor license, as long as the premises is not changing or increasing beyond the original premises. It should really be an easy thing to do. As far as renewal dates should be the same time every year. And really, you know, if someone's falling in the middle of the year, they just need to prorate that and then start everyone at the same time at the beginning of the year, which makes sense. I personally think, you know, fees for fallowing should only be 10% of what your license fees are. It shouldn't be any more than that. They're not using the land. They're not cultivating anything on it. They're not able to make money on it. The whole point of legalizing cannabis was to build an economy that was legal, an economy that was already functioning here and supporting local economies. You walk around Humboldt County and it feels like a bomb has gone off because regulation has killed what was a thriving economy. So there needs to be some serious work done and support for the farmers. And I really appreciate the platform, and the fact that you guys are even hearing out the farmers is amazing. It needs to be treated like normal business. This is a business. This is agriculture. This is medicine. A lot of these people grow food, and they support their communities strongly. You know, there needs to be a path on all of this. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Attendee Cassandra Taliaferro, I've sent you a request to unmute. Attendee Cassandra Taliaferro. Okay, we will move on to attendee Carla Napek. I've sent you a request to unmute.
Could I have my 2 minutes, please?
Oh, certainly. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It took
off.
a second for the unmute thing to pop up on my screen.
Gotcha.
My name's Cassandra. I am with Skyline Farms in Humboldt County. And one thing that, I mean, I couldn't agree more with everything that's been said so far. One thing I haven't heard discussed was I agree that we shouldn't have to apply for a new application if we want to transition from mixed light 1 to outdoor or combine license types. And we also shouldn't be designated a new license number if that is the case. It would be really burdensome to the farmer if we had to get a new license number. My license number is on every single compliance document, website, that's, you know, business card, you name it. It'd be like changing your phone number or your address. And then the other thing I wanted to say about we've been paying mixed light fees since 2018. The state redefined that permit to now be outdoor. Perhaps they consider giving a refund for the difference, since we've been overpaying essentially our license fee since 2018. It might be a pipe dream, but it's the reality of the situation is we're all facing, you know, extreme financial distress for the last 2 years.
30 seconds.
I can't agree more with the prorated time frame, and we should be able to choose being able to change the date of our license. Your cultivation license shouldn't expire in August. I'm trying to think of what else. And really, all the license fees should be reduced to reflect the current state of the market. And if we had one plant tag per batch, that would reduce the state's fees to metric because.
Thank you. Your time is up. Paul and Susan Hansberry-Tibbin have just sent you a request to unmute. There. Excellent. Can you hear us? Paul and Susan, your mic is unmuted.
Unmute. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. My partner Susan would like to speak after this. So, what I would
Paul, we can't hear you again. And when we could, it was a little echoey. So I don't know if you can maybe speak right up close to your microphone and then perhaps mute.
Okay, well, let's try this.
There we go. I can hear you now. We can hear you
Okay,
now.
great. Okay, well, I'm really glad, Kristen, you were talking about the intention, and that's really important. And we need to make that very clear. Leaving the minutia to the lawyers is, well, risky. You see what they did with the microbusiness and with the 1 acre cap. I would like to see that you keep emphasizing downsize, but lateral movement is the same as well. It should be included, not just downsizing. If you don't include a lateral movement because the tiers are hard numbers, that a lateral movement should be able to do the same thing as what you're talking about with the downsizing. I also agree with Adrian about the last sentence in the following, the market stability. This is for the individual and the farmer, for them. It's not as much for the market as it is more accurately for the farmer themselves. Now Susan would like to speak if that's allowable.
Yes, we'll restart the 2 minutes for Susan. Go ahead,
Hello.
please.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. Am I being heard?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. This is Susan Tibbin, Lovingly and Legally. And I want to focus on fallowing a little bit because there's an unspokenness about this fallowing. So many people are fallowing because we are facing social and economic disaster, and we really don't know what to do. The grants are wonderful that are being offered, but they will never allow us to become a large corporate style entity. And I'll just leave you with this. When we look at the disaster that we're seeing daily environmentally, there is no better example, at least in our Northern California part of the world, of environmental sensibility and treading gently on this precious earth than us. First, second, and third generation craft farmers. Many of us do not want to grow and be large. We want to do what we have been doing for generations. And I think environmentally, it's more important than ever to underscore and make that possible. So I just want to leave you with that. I'm feeling very emotional about this. We're seeing these terrible floods. And We know how hard you're working, but please look at the underlying reason why you're seeing so many people fallow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Attendee Carla Napek, I've sent you a request to unmute. There you go.
Hi. Thank you for allowing the opportunity to provide comment. As a licensed cultivator and an environmental scientist, I would like to provide comment on conversion to medium and large licenses, as well as a transition from mixed light tier 1 to outdoor licensure. In the DCC guidance document titled Conversion to Large and Medium Cultivation Licenses, the following is stated. A cultivation licensee is eligible for a large or medium license conversion if the proposed premises for the large or medium license is one contiguous premise that includes only licensed or previously licensed cultivation premises. That application system, I hold the first conversion request for a large license. The system rejects putting in the application inactive licenses. We would like to request that licensees applying for conversion be able to upload a list of previously active licenses, especially if those licenses are currently active at the county or local jurisdiction level.
30 seconds.
Our second request is for mixed light to tier 1. From mixed light tier 1 to outdoor conversion. The application system also rejects putting in mixed light tier 1 licenses. If you're trying to convert to a large outdoor license, may we request that the applicant be able to upload a list of mixed light tier 1 licenses to be able to convert all licenses in one step rather than duplicative efforts. Thank you very much for your time.
Attendee Patricia Rockwell, I've sent you a request to unmute. There you go.
I am a cultivator in Nevada County, and I just want to stand on the shoulders of all of the other cultivators and folks who have made comments. I agree with almost all of them. I appreciate the efforts to simplify things, and what I'm requesting may be seen as not simplification, but I'd really like to see a more articulated license structure. So, for example, we hold a 10,000 square foot mixed outdoor license and a small cottage mixed light license. Our county has recently done a great job of allowing us to expand our canopy. And so we would expand like 2,500 square feet given what the licenses we have. So for us to go from a small outdoor to a large outdoor is a huge fee increase. So if we could go from 10,000 square feet to 15,000 square feet instead of 10,000 square feet to an acre, that would help. And I think that might help a lot of people who are going to do the conversions from mixed light to outdoor as well. So again, thank you for this opportunity to speak, and thank you for all the other folks who have brought forward their concerns.
Thank you. Attendee Sam De La Paz, I just sent you a request to unmute. Sam De La Paz, just there you go. Oops. There, I just resent it, Sam.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear. Sorry about that.
No problem. My name is Sam De La Paz, Vice President of the Hessel Farmers Grange, Acting President of Sonoma County Cannabis Alliance, previously Sonoma County Growers Alliance, and also Regional Chair on Origins Council's Regional Council. I just would like to mention that, first off, I really feel like these types of motions need to be made after public comment is taken. I really appreciate all the work by the subcommittee here, and I really do appreciate the meaningful dialogue this morning. But I feel like there's important input that needs to be provided by the community members and the stakeholders, the farmers themselves, as to, provide proper solutions in any recommendations moving forward. I do believe that fallowing is more important than just downsizing. I also agree with Craig from Appenglow, who said that nothing is permanent in farming. I think that allowing a modification, as a couple of other speakers have mentioned, I want to support Origins Council's submission and request that all committee members please review the materials and the memo submitted by Origins Council. I would also like to support comments by Hannah Nelson and Ross Gordon and many others that just state the need for immediate relief and immediate solutions. Also something that is, governed more by a cultivation season than by a calendar year.
30 seconds.
And these are very important. Again, I will emphasize the need to please facilitate stakeholder input before introducing motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Attendee Polly Kinziger, you have been sent a request to unmute.
I'm a cannabis cultivator in Humboldt County, and both of these items affect me completely. I was a 25,000 square foot cultivator, and because there was no fallowing option, I could not afford to continue to plant my 20,000 square feet, and I closed that license. I've had to rehabilitate the land and bring everything back to pre-cultivation. It's been very costly and sad. I've employed people, I've participated in our cultivating community, and it's changed our way of life, what's happening to all of us. I also have 2 smaller licenses on another parcel that I am continuing to cultivate last year, and being able to make my tier 1 outdoor, which it is anyway, is critical for me. A pathway for that is really important. And so I really appreciate this conversation. And I just want to reiterate Origins Council's recommendations from Ross and Craig and Hannah and Sequoia, my cohorts through HCGA and other Humboldt cultivators who are just trying to hold things together. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. John Brower, I've sent you a request to unmute. John, I've sent you a request to unmute. John Brower, have you gotten your request to unmute yet? Okay, moving on. Diana, sent you a request to unmute.
My name is Diana Gamzon. I'm the executive director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance. I also sit as a regional chair on Origins Council, and I'll be very brief and speak to the strong support for prorated licensing fees associated with fallowing that could be credited to the future license or other options. Fallowing is so necessary, as it is for all agriculture, because of the multitude of reasons that have already been addressed. And so really this is just getting us on par with traditional agriculture and the tools that are needed for all farmers. So strongly support prorated and options there. And also flexibility with license fees associated and relooking at license fees associated with whether you are downsizing your farm, or as Patricia Rockwell, one of our members, noted, if you are modestly increasing to a size that is not associated with a next license type up. So thank you so much, and we strongly support Origins Council's really well thought out recommendations that have been provided to the commission.
Thank you. Chairperson Nevedal, I see no further requests for comment. Would you like to close public comment on item number 3?
Yes, please.
Public comment for agenda item number 3 is now closed.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, moderator. And thank you for all the public comments. At this time, I think we can go back to the subcommittee and see if there's any additional conversation that should be had on the 2 recommendations or motions that are on the floor.
I would say the word prorating was mentioned a lot. So if we want to consider adding that wording into the following motion, through a means of prorating. I don't know if we should attempt to put in a lot of people said it should be 10%. I don't know if that's going to be helpful to put in that something so explicit as the percentage of the prorating, but maybe just the term prorating could be valuable to add in there.
And are you suggesting that we, okay, I apologize, give just a moment. It appears that Member Clifford may be in the audience and may need to be promoted to, there we go. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, okay. So I wanted to just tease that out a little bit. My apologies for jumping back and forth. But prorating versus reduced license rate, I think there's some splitting hairs with nomenclature, and I don't know that it necessarily matters. In my opinion, if we stick with reduced license rate or we suggest a reduced license rate such as prorating opportunity, I don't know that I necessarily.
I think the main distinction I think would be that the prorating is going to divide the year into 12 months more or less, so it gives it a more of a percentage quarterly approach versus a reduced rate is a little bit more vague. So the prorating I think implies fair division in the looking at the annual rate versus the time. That would be my only.
And so, Member Brown, are you suggesting that by referencing prorating, we would be encouraging the Department of Cannabis Control to allow for fallowing for 3 months versus 12 months?
Yeah. At least to me, if you're dividing that annual license into months or however you look at the prorating opportunity, this could kind of like a rent prorating, things like that. It just has a little bit more of a tangible equation. I think that makes sense. And it gives the DCC a bit more refined approach to analysis of that is supported by cultivators, essentially.
So what if we, because I don't know all of the ins and outs about how the price system works, right? It's really, there's this component of an estimated number of harvests. There's a compliance component that fits into that licensing. There's an estimated number of plant tags. So what if instead of looking at a recommendation that addresses the pricing in a prorated type of manner, we expressly identify that not only should people be able to fallow, but they should be able to retract that fallowing, right? So, because I think this is kind of what folks are trying to get at, right? There may be an intention to fallow and then things change, and now you want to plant because you have this genetic that is suddenly sought after, perhaps, right? Or your license was, say, up for renewal in August, and so you declare an intention to fallow for next year, and you get into next year and you're like, I don't want to fallow at all, right? So what if we really addressed the intention more so than, because I don't know if prorating is going to get the message apart that what we're talking about is the opportunity for malleability with filing for fallowing and then being able to retract that request, right? And there being a mechanism for that. So I just want to make sure we're actually, if we're going to adjust the recommendation, that we're getting to the underlying intention of what we're trying to accomplish, right?
Yeah, I guess I would just say that there's no harm done if we wanted to, you know, add something like such as by prorating or such as by reducing the fee, just to include, you know, examples of how they may approach those that concept.
So right now, I believe, based on my notes, which are scribbly, right, that the following recommendation that's on the floor reads, recommend that the DCC provide a simple pathway to cultivators that allow a cultivation license holder to fallow all or a portion of the mature plant canopy area at a reduced licensing rate. And then should we add that, and maybe we change the reduced license rate to a prorated rate that allows for the retraction of the following. I something along those lines. I think we want to. I just want to make sure that we're clear that the intention is to allow flexibility to enter into fallowing and then also retract it partway through an annual license cycle if that's the desire of the cultivator.
Yeah, I guess I would consider just adding, you know, such as a form of prorating to the end of it. The reduced rate is good, but I think prorating brings in more of a numerical equation into the concept, and it's less broad in some ways. And if it's stated as such as, it's not, you know, it leaves room for DCC to, you know, determine if that's feasible for them or not, and it gives us, you know, there's a little more emphasis on that approach from our end.
Okay, so what if we consider this? Recommend that the DCC provide a simple pathway to cultivators that allow a cultivation license holder to fallow all or a portion of the mature plant canopy area at a reduced or prorated rate so that the fallowing may be retracted should the cultivator choose to plant.
I like that.
Not to be persnickety, and this isn't very elegant, but should it say and or prorated just to provide maximum kind of?
Sure.
I don't think it's a
Reduced
big deal
or
either way. But yeah.
prorated rate, right? So that the fallowing request may be retracted should the cultivator choose to plant. Okay, so couple questions here. I believe Member Clifford, you were the second on this motion, so would you be willing to accept the friendly amendments proposed?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you for that. And then Ms. Dempsey, I'm going to lean on you to see if we need to work on the language a bit, or if you've got it, perhaps.
Yeah, so let me read back to you what I have. The subcommittee recommends that DCC provide a simple and immediate pathway to cultivators that allows a cultivator license holder to fallow all or a portion of their mature plant canopy area at a reduced and or prorated rate so that the fallowing request may be retracted should the cultivator choose to plant.
I agree with that.
Okay. Before we go into vote here, can I ask that the committee take just a 5-minute break?
I am open to that, absolutely. fellow subcommittee members?
Yeah, that's fine with me. And while I'm talking here, I don't know how late we're gonna go, but I do need to jump off at 1 o'clock to hit the road so apologies if that cuts us short. But I think you'll still have a quorum if I do so.
I think so. Member Brown, what is your timing like today?
It's unlimited. I'm good to go.
Okay, beautiful. So why don't we go ahead and move into a 5-minute break, which is slightly awkward. Maybe we do an 8-minute break and come back at 5 after 12. Would that be better? Okay, let's go ahead and take a small break. We'll resume the meeting at 12:05. All right, we're at 12:07. This is Chair Nevedal. I'd like to go ahead and re-adjourn if our subcommittee members have rejoined. Maybe Member Brown and Member Clifford, if you have joined us and you could turn your cameras on. Well, thank you, Member Clifford. Member Brown, have you returned? Great, thank you. So I think we can go ahead and continue our meeting. And with that said, I'm wondering if we have additional conversation on either of these recommendations or if the subcommittee members would like to proceed to a vote.
I had one comment for our other motion, and it's kind of in the same way of kind of adding that prorating thing. But would we want to add some wording that references the platform that the DCC has in converting the medium licenses to large, towards the conversion of mixed light to outdoor? Referencing similar platform or something to that degree.
I don't know if I'm in favor of that simply because maybe there's better options, perhaps, right? I'm not familiar. I haven't navigated that platform. There may be things that are clunky. But I don't think our motion in any way, shape, or form would restrict the DCC from using that platform if that was the simplest option they had available to them.
Okay.
So I don't know if we need to include it. Did you want to, Member Brown, consider a reference to prorating in this one as well? So if someone's moving, say, into a less expensive license type, there's an opportunity perhaps for a prorating or a credit. I don't know if that was desirable.
It hadn't occurred to me. I'm not opposed to it if that's something you're interested in. I think, the DCC is gonna, understand the concept of prorating broadly, and maybe they'll take that into consideration when they're looking at the other motion. But I'm not attached to adding prorating to the other motion. It was more just referencing, emphasizing that they've already found a mechanism for, converting licenses, and if they can mimic that process they created for this other avenue.
I think, is there in the motion that was captured by the Department of Cannabis Control, is there a reference in the second motion, which I think might actually be the first motion, but is there a reference in the license type change motion to urgency or needing that pathway not only to be simple, but put in place immediately?
I can Apologies for the technical difficulties. I can reread the motion if you wish. The motion on the table was to recommend that DCC provide a simple pathway that allows a cultivation license holder to reduce the type and/or size of their cultivation license permanently without requiring a new application submittal or a new application review process, so long as the proposal for the permanent downscaling does not increase environmental impacts, does not propose additional activities, does not propose the reconfiguration of the premises, and does not propose new development.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Member Brown.
I know there had been concern over the word reconfiguration and also over the word permanent. Are those things we're interested in rediscussing at all?
I'm not opposed to discussing them. I mean, I think the only reason for using the term permanent here is to really differentiate between fallowing, right? So license type configuration or license type changes. The term permanent in this motion is, like I said, just to differentiate that it wouldn't be a temporary license type change, which would be captured under the following motion. So that's really the reason for putting that term in here, in my opinion. And then reconfiguration, I think, you know, the use of reconfiguration in this context is, you know, we've got a site plan that shows where 10,000 square feet of mixed light cultivation is. And I think if we're looking at creating a streamlined or a simple pathway for someone to transition from mixed light cultivation to outdoor cultivation, reconfiguration is used to say that it should be simple so long as they aren't changing their footprint, right? They aren't moving, say, cultivation from this area over here, so now it's outdoor, but it's over here. So that was the only reason why I chose that term, was that it's suggesting that the site plan and where cultivation activities are currently occurring should remain in the same location, but under, say, potentially a reduced size and or a reduced or a different type, right? A reduced scale type. So that was my intention by using the term reconfiguration. It wasn't to perhaps step on the toes of or be confused with a modification. I don't think a relabeling of this was once mixed light and now should be considered outdoor is a reconfiguration, right? It might currently be in the modification criteria suggestions. I think what we're getting at here is that this should be a simple, easy process so long as people are not changing their footprint or the configuration, the location of where, right, they will be conducting mature plant activities or other activities. They aren't moving processing, they aren't moving their immature plant into some new area, right? They're kind of keeping things where they are and they're shrinking or reducing their scale type.
Okay, that sounds fine to me. The only additional thing, I don't know why my video is a little funny there. Do we want to emphasize anything on a timeline when, if fallowing was to be looked at for this upcoming season? It's essentially pointless to do unless it's done by, you know, whatever, May or something like that. Any date that we want to add, or for the season of 2023?
So going back to the following motion, we do have the word immediate, so simple and immediate pathway, right? And I think if immediate pathway, unfortunately, was June, I would still want to encourage DCC to move forward, even though it wouldn't be as optimally helpful for outdoor cultivators as if they put something in place today.
Yeah.
But I don't, you know, just as soon as they possibly can is really important with the following. And perhaps we consider adding immediate into the license type change motion as well. So it reads, the intro into the motion reads similarly, such as, right, the DCC provide a simple and immediate pathway that allows a cultivation license holder to reduce the type, right? So that might be an important change to consider so that we're just crystal clear that both of these have some urgency associated with them. I would support that. And I believe, Member Brown, you seconded the motion regarding the license type changes. So would you support a friendly amendment to have the intro to it read, the DCC provide a simple and immediate pathway?
I would. Thank you.
And Ms. Dempsey, do you need us to repeat any of that back, or was that amply captured?
So let me read back what we have. And if you're okay with it, I'll just go ahead and read both of the motions back for your consideration. So that motion that you were just talking about, we have recommend that the DCC provide a simple and immediate pathway that allows a cultivation license holder to reduce the type and or size of their cultivation license permanently without requiring a new application submittal or a new application review process, so long as the proposal for the permanent downscaling of the cultivation license does not increase environmental impacts, does not propose additional activities, does not propose a reconfiguration of the premise, and does not propose new development. Does that one sound correct? Okay, and then the other motion, the wording that we have is recommend that DCC provide a simple and immediate pathway to cultivators that allows a cultivator to fallow all or a portion of their mature plant canopy at a reduced and/or prorated rate so that the fallowing request may be retracted should the cultivator choose to plant.
Those both sound correct to me. Subcommittee members, any questions or conversation about those motions that we should be having?
Not for me.
Okay, so I think we could go ahead and proceed to a vote. I'm not sure how the moderator would like to break these up for a vote, but I would love to turn the floor over so we could move to a vote on these motions.
Thank you. Should we read back them one at a time and then vote on each one at a time?
That's probably advisable.
All right. Ms. Dempsey, can you read the first one back for us, please, and then we can take a vote?
Sure. So the first one is the subcommittee recommends that DCC provide a simple and immediate pathway that allows a cultivation license holder to reduce the type and/or size of their cultivation license permanently without requiring a new application submittal or a new application review process, so long as the proposal for the permanent downscaling of the cultivation license does not increase environmental impacts, does not propose additional activities, does not propose a reconfiguration of the premise, does not propose new development.
All right, thank you very much. Member Brown?
Aye.
Member Clifford?
Aye.
And Chair Nevedal?
Aye.
The motion passes. Ms. Dempsey, can you read the second one, please?
Yes, I can. Okay, and the second motion is the subcommittee recommends that DCC provide a simple and immediate pathway to cultivators that allows a cultivator to fallow all or a portion of their mature plant canopy area at a reduced and/or prorated rate so that the fallowing request may be retracted should the cultivator choose to plant.
Thank you. Member Brown?
Aye.
Member Clifford?
Oops, I went on mute. Aye.
And Chair Nevedal?
Aye.
All right, that motion passes as well.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And thank you for everyone's time. With that said, I think we can go ahead and close agenda item number 3 and move on to agenda item number 4. Agenda item number 4 is in regards to challenges and opportunities for cultivators to reach consumers. And I know we have some limited time with Member Clifford with your availability today. So maybe we can go ahead and have some discussion and see how far we get. So I think, there's been a lot of conversation about micro businesses, a lot of conversation about distributors. I think there's a real, this conversation can be broad and diverse, right? So what constraints exist within the micro business license type related to local zoning, CEQA compliance, or state operational requirements that limit the use of that micro business license type? And I think it depends on what size of business you are, right? So, and what kind of activities you're conducting. I think one of the most challenging components in my experience for cultivators, taking, like, especially seasonal cultivators, right, taking advantage of the micro business opportunity, license opportunity, is that they are often on parcels that do not have commercial zoning activities or commercial activities allowed because of the zoning. Like, you take agricultural lands, right, and they might not be zoned appropriately, say for manufacturing or
retail type of commercial activities. So the micro business itself, I think, can be a challenging license for cultivators specifically, because these other activities don't generally fit into the same zoning as where agriculture might occur. And so I think that's really been problematic. But also, you know, we've heard a number of commoners or members of the public. We've received written comment about the challenges related to the security features associated with micro businesses, right? So for cultivators, trying to get cameras on all aspects of the garden, or even in a homestead setting, right? The electrical, the cost associated with it can be really painful and not very realistic. And then the components around every other activity outside of cannabis cultivation or nursery operations are prohibited from utilizing a residential type structure. And that includes, like, you know, a garage from a residence, or a room or area of the residence that's accessible from the outdoors, as well as from, say, the residence, right, where you could have a separate entrance to conduct some activities. And so that is cost prohibitive, especially for smaller cultivators, right? The idea that they would have to build a F1 commercial facility to conduct these non-cultivation related activities offered under a micro business, I think, is cost prohibitive. It's development prohibitive. It's a lot of times zoning restrictions. It's not eligible for a local permit in that setting. So I think there's a heck of a lot of constraints there. I do personally have some concerns with considering an elimination of the security and residential restrictions, removal of the requirements for security, and an allowance for all micro businesses to use residential usage or residential facilities. I have some concerns there, but I don't know that I have concerns about, say, a cultivator who has a micro business who's working with, you know, at some limited scale, their own materials. I don't have the same kind of concerns about that cultivator having additional activities under a new type of micro business license, right, that allows that cultivator to, say, manufacture their own flower material in a non-volatile solvent manner, right? At that scale, I have less security concerns, and I have less concerns about using residential structures when it's kind of limited to maybe a 10,000 or a medium, a small or a medium cultivation type or smaller, right? And that cultivator is not bringing in unlimited plant material onto their premise, where this could be suddenly a really large operation in a residence and or without security features. And then also, you know, what would support enhanced flexibility for the purpose of a micro business license type? I think really it is the challenges that smaller cultivators desiring to be able to make value added products bump into, is the security costs, the access to security features, right, when they're located in a remote area, and then also the restrictions on using any portion of a residence. I don't know, Member Brown, Member Clifford, if you want to provide some insights or comments. There may be additional slides for this item. I apologize, but maybe we start the conversation here and then see if there's additional questions the DCC would like us to consider.
I don't have anything to add to that. Member Brown, you might have more to say than me.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a lot of what Origins Council submitted with their comments on this one. The the requirements to be a micro business as it exists now is very expensive and sometimes not feasible, being off the grid or, you know, rural, which many of the small farms are. I like the idea of reducing or aligning the security requirements to be that of, you know, cultivation. Um, if the, you know, if the concept and the you know, the topic here is to see why cultivators aren't going after the existing micro business license, and to identify that, or if it's the concept to essentially look at what would be required for a cottage micro business. I guess they're kind of tied to each other, but if a cultivator is self-processing, self-distributing, and they're not doing this micro business for other cultivators as well, then I think there's room for more flexibility on the security side of things, as you mentioned. Um, you know, the big thing with a micro business is the expense. It's a very expensive license to pay for, and then you're going through all of these new licenses. So if the goal is to have cultivators get direct to consumer sales, it's not likely to happen by cultivators having to pay a lot more money to get a micro business license, redo their site plan, resubmit all these new activities through CEQA. That's going to not be helpful in the short run at all, and likely not come to fruition as a real tool to fix the problem. So, you know, the opportunity, I think, is really to focus on what statutory changes can be made, with the, you know, being able to go to direct to consumer sales at a limited number of licensed events throughout the state. I think that is probably one of the fastest ways of opening that avenue. And you know, I think last time I referenced the Emerald Ball as kind of being this last year was a great mechanism. It wasn't, you know, true direct to consumer sales. You still had to work with a retail entity and a distro to get everything there, but it was definitely a step forward, I think, of being able to say, look, here's the farmer, just walk over there across the aisle and you can purchase their product from this company. So it's a good baby step, and I think, you know, I haven't seen the fiscal results of the Emerald Ball, but I suspect that there was a great good fiscal activity at the Emerald Ball, and I don't see that going away. I think that will become more and more popular as time evolves. And so being able to really support that and minimize the hurdles, to have that without getting the micro business license. I guess that's kind of my caveat, that I don't foresee too many cultivators that I know up here in Northern California going after the micro business license as a way to get, you know, more revenue. You're going to end up spending more money than what you'll be getting out of the potential return anyways, most likely. And then again, it's going to re-trigger all of these site changes and activities and reassessment of environmental impact. So that's kind of the bigger picture. I'll leave it at that for now.
So Kristen, I'll add a couple general comments here, just because the conversation may go on longer than I can stay on. So just to give you a sense, if it helps, you know, for the sense of the subcommittee, is just, I've felt, you know, for a long time since this committee, you know, the last subcommittee, or this, excuse me, the last advisory committee was formed, as long as I've been on it, that the micro business, you know, provisions of the statute are not meeting their original purpose, you know, intended purpose, I think, of trying to give a leg up to small cultivators and, niche markets and things and, high quality locally. And, due to some decisions that were made early on kind of how to build it out in the regulations and anything we can do to make that more viable for folks, that doesn't involve environmental impacts and, et cetera, I'm in favor of. And to the extent that environmental review, which I, kind of my specialty, functions as kind of an impediment to that in ways that don't really get it kind of, impacts to, streams or landscapes or wildlife or anything like that, but are just like, that box checking exercise. I'm certainly interested in, in ways we can provide good pathways for people. So, I don't know what that, I'll defer to you on what all is possible and what barriers people are coming up against and whether any of this is fixable without going and changing the statute. I mean, I'm all ears on that stuff, but those are the directions I'd like to head in, if that's helpful.
Thank you for that. I think we could take two approaches here or more, frankly, right? I think there's a lot of wisdom in Member Brown's comments about, cultivators. Not all cultivators are going to benefit from, say, a restructuring of a microbusiness or a new microbusiness type, right? So there should be a conversation here too about how to assist cultivators with getting, reducing the touch points as they want to get or need to get their material into the marketplace, right? And all the way to the consumer. And I strongly support providing cultivators, especially cultivators with a medium or smaller license type, the opportunity to self-distribute with their cultivation license, the opportunity to manage their own COAs, and the opportunity for them to conduct consumer direct sales. I mean, I think this worked for a couple of decades, right, before we moved into legalization and the sky didn't fall. And so I think one of the biggest pieces hindering our cultivators, and I think we've heard this a lot from cultivators and members of the public, is that cultivators have really lost their ability to be empowered in the marketplace, right? They have to either get a full distribution license or rely on someone to come pick up their cannabis to take it for a COA. And then how do you manage the labeling, right? When you have to have final form going off to COA, and it's a very expensive insertion of another license type into the supply chain dynamic. And then not being able to represent your product to a retailer or a manufacturer, right? Hoping that the distributor you've selected is going to market your material to the manufacturer and or your final product to the retailer is very disempowering, right? And expensive. How do you make up that difference? And so I'm wondering if there should be some conversation and perhaps a recommendation considered to expand what's allowed under certain sized cultivation licenses so that cultivators don't have to continue license stacking of multiple different types of activity licenses, right? And I don't think, allowing necessarily everyone the right to manage their own COA, or all scales and sizes, I should say, an opportunity to manage their own COA and be their own distributor essentially, and then participate in direct consumer sales, say at events. I don't know if that needs to be spread across all license types, but I do think these expenses are so challenging for the smaller cultivators, especially in these remote regions. I mean, there's just getting out to some of these farms. There's not a lot of incentive except for high billing rates for distributors to even come out and provide the assistance that these farmers need. And I'm in no way, shape, or form I'm intending or meaning my comments to be derogatory towards distributors. We just have a very large state. We have very remote farms. We have, it's challenging, right? And so and then I'm thinking that if we think about micro business specifically, I think we'd be hard pressed to fully pass a motion that stripped away the restrictions on the use of residential structures and the security requirements for the micro business as we know it today, right? I kind of think that the micro business license that's in regulations today that multiple entities or individuals hold, that cat has kind of, that train has somewhat left the station. And I am wondering about whether or not some sort of cottage micro, right, that allows cultivators with 10,000 square feet or less to realize cultivation type security requirements and the ability to, say, utilize residential structures as deemed appropriate by the local jurisdiction to conduct additional micro business activities, so long as they're only conducting those activities with their plant material, right? I think there should be probably some sort of scale cap consideration. And I don't think that's related to the cultivation. I think it's related to how much material or whose material that, you know, say new version of a micro business would be able to manufacture or conduct sales with or do COAs for, right? So I'm open to considering lots of pieces here, and I think I would have a hard time supporting an idea that we would recommend that the micro business as has been implemented for the last 5 years or so have security features and commercial requirements stripped out of it. But I would like to kick it back to the subcommittee members for conversation and perhaps a recommendation about how to proceed. Okay, and I would say also, and I see Member Brown, you just came back on in a different setting. So we might check again. I don't know that I can hear you.
You might not.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
There we go.
yes, there we go.
Yeah. Sorry, my battery died on my computer.
That happens. So thank you for rejoining us. And one other consideration here too is that, you know, we can easily start this conversation today. It is a robust and meaty conversation, and we've been at it for several hours. We had hoped to adjourn around lunchtime today. So we could also hear public comment, we could have some discussion, and we could re-agendize this item in February. That is also an option for us today. We don't have to come forward with a recommendation or recommendations. So we could have some conversation. We could hear the concerns of the public and then move those concerns into a robust conversation in February.
I'm supportive of that. I think, yeah, this is, as you said, this is a long-term, bigger issue to really tackle. I know a lot of, some of the call-in speakers mentioned that they would want to have their voices heard before we come up with motions. This would kind of enable that. And I'd also say, anyone can always submit their comments in advance of the meetings, and we do get a chance to read over those ourselves. And so I know for myself, it's helpful. I think it's helpful for the listeners, participants to kind of hear what we've come up with the comments that have been submitted at this time, and then they kind of see our perspective, and then they can add to that and ridicule our perspectives, and then hopefully we could get a more refined approach. So this is kind of a combination of those two. But yeah, with the limited time, I think if we want to open it up for comments, and then we can come back at it next time.
Yeah, I'd support that as well.
Okay, great. Well then, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go to public comment, and hear the public's thoughts, and then we'll see if we want to continue discussion and perhaps look at these items for next subcommittee meeting as well.
I just have one thing to add. Sorry. You know, the alcohol industry deals with this. So I know up here in Trinity County, we've got some wine producers, and they have the opportunity to work with a distributor. They can sell directly on their vineyard. They can put cases of wine in the back of their pickup truck and drive to the grocery store. And for them, you know, I guess it's safe to say that their industry is stabilized and it's a little bit more predictable. There's more shelf life, all of that. It's a little different, but the reason why they have that opportunity is because some of them are, you know, they can sell some small things here. One product does really well with small sales, but another type of their wine does really well selling to Costco, and Costco likes to buy some pallets of it, but Costco only buys from distributors. They won't necessarily buy direct, things like that. So if, you know, DCC has capacity to kind of look at the policies for at least, you know, wine producers, I think it's very similar to what cultivators are looking to attain from this approach. I just wanted to add that in. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think there's some great wisdom in that, Member Brown, because a lot of those allowances, right, self-distribution in the alcohol industry is scale-based, right? So not all scales or sizes of wine producers, right, in this example, have the ability to self-distribute, right? Or there's a limit to how much you can self-distribute. Same with how much sales you can conduct, like say through a tasting venue, right? From your vineyard, there's scale limits associated with these kind of specialty opportunities, so to speak. So I think for the sake of kind of organizing the conversation with the public, I think it would be really helpful for myself and probably for the subcommittee as a whole and the DCC to have a better understanding of the activities that cultivators really feel would be the most helpful, the activities allowed that would be the most helpful for them to be successful. And if there are kind of recommendations or thoughts about scale breaks, right? And like providing your own COAs, self-distributing and consumer direct sales, perhaps that could just be an allowable activity with these scale of cultivation licenses. And or is there a way to kind of scale down the micro business and realize opportunities for reduced security and residential permit or residential structure allowances? So I really would love to hear from the public what activities would be the most helpful to allow and whether or not there should be some scale breaks, whether it's a kind of new micro business with scale breaks and or allowing cultivators to have more leeway with what they can do with their license. What would those additional activities look like and what kind of scale breaks might be included in that sort of a setting? So I think without further ado, we could go ahead and go to public comment. Seeing, hearing no objection. Yes.
I was gonna jump in and if you want to start public comment, that's great. All right, we're now taking public comment on agenda item number 4. If you would like to make a comment on agenda item number 4, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon next to your name if you logged onto the meeting, or by pressing *3 if you logged into the meeting on your phone. We are displaying instructions for your convenience. Please note that for the sake of time, you will have 2 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. When your time is up, you will be muted and we will move on to the next request for comment. And as a reminder, public comment is each member of the public has one opportunity to speak on this agenda item. It's agenda item number 4. So now, again, with no further ado, Paul and Susan Hansberry-Timmon, I am sending you a request for unmute. There, it worked. Go ahead, please.
Hello, good afternoon. Mr. Hansberry would like to speak after me. Susan Tibbin, Lovingly and Legally, Chair Neverdahl, committee staff, very much appreciate this meeting. A pragmatic solution to an increasingly dire environmental, economic, and social disaster is a real cottage-sized microbusiness license. The microbusiness license as it stands now is unworkable for smaller entities. It's in no way micro or small as the name would imply. It's unaffordable and it is Byzantine in process. You know, we've all tried to fix something that's broken at the house with duct tape and glue, but in the end, you've got to start new. We need a new license now. A new license is allowed in statute. A real cottage microbusiness license would allow those of us that are still hanging on to succeed, and it would give an opportunity and hope to children or children and grandchildren. We are out of time and money, and there's no wonderful grant that's going to allow us to build and permit an F1 occupancy or meet rules that were designed for large corporate entities. A cottage microbusiness license would give us the time and the bandwidth to eventually move into larger production, pay more taxes, should we desire that.
30 seconds.
Things are just really urgent right now. Lester Black at SF Gate in his profile of Garberville lays it out. We're looking at economic disaster, renting of the social fabric, and possibly opioid and fentanyl entering the county. We don't want to see us. We don't want to see that. Give us a new license. Give us parity with vintners. If they produce under 500 cases, that vintner can take her cases right to the public. Please.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. The time has started, Mr. Hansberry.
Hello, yes, Paul Hansberry. Thank you very much. I would respectfully disagree with Member Brown that people wouldn't be using a cottage microbusiness license. I think that if we're done properly from the onset, that would be the predominant license that would be done. I think you would see a migration to that once if it was done correctly. This one piece at a time, although I agree with the Origins Council and think it's a great document, I still think that the one piece at a time kind of a thing is counterproductive, that we need a comprehensive new license. There were better fiscal results at the Emerald Cup before regulation, back when people could just show up and have direct to consumer have their own booth. Much better fiscal results back then. As far as a residence, using a residence with a cottage kitchen, it's written into the statute, it's written into the Business and Professions Code that a home or a cottage kitchen is not a commercial kitchen. And so it doesn't come under the same kind of requirements for the health code. So what we need to do is also include with this for the building department in your zoning, give them permission. Give them permission to allow these different things so that they can't just fall back and say, well, I can't do it. My hands are tied because of the building code. Self-distribution is not required. You'd use a distributor if you need to. So I think that's where we should go, is with a new cottage microbusiness license. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Attendee Matt Jefferson, sending you a request to unmute. There you go.
Can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
Awesome. I just really want to thank all of you guys for how much time you've put into this. I greatly appreciate all of you guys. So my ask would be that anybody that is under an acre, any cultivator, can have quarantine facilities so that they can do their own COAs on site. in their license could also include transportation. This gives farmers the ability to sell direct to retail, but not to consumers. We should be making state distribution an option, but not a requirement. Micro businesses are really great, but just like you said before, it requires a lot. There's issues with the security and everything like that. It's multiple license types. In Trinity, like micro is really hard for us. Almost all of us are on rural residential and unclassified zoning. That doesn't qualify for micro. For a cultivator to get a rezone in Trinity is basically impossible. Distribution is really hard for us. We don't have distribution or retail in our county. We need an option for the cultivator that is in the middle of being a cultivator and having a micro business that can give us the ability to sell to direct to retail, when micro businesses can sometimes be too difficult for us to obtain for many different reasons that you've already brought up. Many folks are trying to get micro businesses just so they can get direct to retail.
30 seconds.
Allowing farmers to COA their product on site gives us a more realistic for farmers to sell direct to retail. This is a sustainable business model for farmers. The current wholesale market is not sustainable, and the current regulations are not sustainable for any of us. They're focused to work for multi-acre vertically integrated operations. We need a drastic policy change. Like, we need to, other states have this ability. Washington and Oregon, you can do this. We need to be
Thank you.
able.
Your time is up, sir. Attendee Karen Byers, I've sent you an invitation to unmute. Attendee Karen Byers. There you go. Attendee Karen Byers, your mic went off, so if you can put your hand up again. Right now, Craig Johnson, you are unmuted. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the time. I really like in principle where everyone was going with this, except the new portion of it. What I mean by that is what I said earlier in my non-agenda comment, and that is I have a small cultivation license, period, that allows nursery, that allows me to drive my product to market, that allows me to pack some jars, that allows me to do these activities. And if I'm paying $4,820, that is more than enough money to cover the administrative on the state and to cover the oversight of that. When security is in question, it's really not, because we've already done everything to be secure, right? Like, we don't want our product stolen and we don't want to have problems with that. So we're already secure just being a cultivator. Having that extra component doesn't change anything. When it comes to distribution, they're rarely our partner. They're usually our competition, because the state has allowed them to have their own brand. So now, what business would ever hand over their little black book to their competitor and say, here's who you're going to talk to and here's what you're going to bring them? You're just going to be penciled right out of that equation. So that model is really broken on a lot of levels. So again, let's just let cultivation license be what it is, but include everything that I can do in the micro business. Done deal. No more maps, no more anything, no extra fees. Let's just do some business under the license we've always done for the past 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Attending member Tamara Kislak, I have sent you a unmute.
Hi there.
There
My
you
name
go.
is Tamar. Hi. My name is Tamar Kislak. I have a 10,000 square foot farm in Mendocino. And I was, before I heard Chair Nevedal bring up what I think I heard her say, I was thinking we desperately needed micro businesses. But now, hearing other comments, I think that we need to add the capabilities to self-distribute, to do our own COAs, package our own stuff to our existing cultivation licenses. Distribution is going to, again, like Kristen said, I have nothing against distributors. There's value add services that are provided in that portion of the business of the industry, but it's kind of ridiculous to require it. They get 20%, 10 to 20% off the top of the cost of my jars, my labels, my inputs, and so I'm ending up with half of my profit going to distributors, and I have no control over my product. Financially, it's not viable for me. It's not financially viable for the distributors.
Hello, I'd like to remind commenters that we're commenting on item 4 on the agenda related to micro businesses.
Yes, and so we need to have that's what I'm talking about. Did I misspeak? We need to have an option for cultivators to sell directly to retails, have that relationship. So it's not financially viable for us to continue to go through distributors. We need to be able to do our own self-distribution. And I love the idea of adding it to the existing cultivation licenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Attendee Ross Gordon, I've just sent you a request to unmute.
Hello, committee members. Ross Gordon with Origins Council. Really appreciate this conversation. We've done some surveying recently of our membership and found really overwhelmingly that these direct sales conversations are the #1 issue affecting small cultivators. And I think from our perspective, the #1 issue that needs to be addressed to really differentiate and make sustainable a craft cannabis market. Wanted to really encourage the committee not to see these different options for direct sales as competitive with each other, and to consider multiple motions that encompass multiple different mechanisms for direct-to-consumer sales, which is the model that we see in alcohol and other industries. For wine, et cetera, there are many different ways that folks might want to make direct sales. And so would suggest that the committee consider one, as committee member Brown mentioned, endorsing a pathway for direct-to-consumer sales at cannabis events, which I think can be helpful because it avoids some of these land use obstacles and challenges, which we should work through. But it's also, I think, helpful to have options that does not require us to work through those land use challenges. Second, really want to consider the committee, recommend the committee, and this hasn't been discussed previously, to really consider direct sales within the context of interstate commerce and federal legalization. There's now federal legislation, the SHIP Act, which allows specifically small cannabis producers to ship directly to consumers upon federal legalization. There's also SB 1326 at the state level, which allows the state to negotiate interstate compacts. Direct sales absolutely must be included in these mechanisms if our farmers are going to have a chance to be successful in interstate commerce, which is ultimately where the future lies. On these topics that are being discussed here, also support the committee discussing and making recommendations about allowing distribution to be part of an existing cultivation license, as well as seeing how the DCC can amend its regulations around micro businesses right now in the short term to make them more available. Do want to flag that in relation to micro businesses, I think one challenge we may have is that the state can no longer issue a new provisional license. So for folks who are still in provisional licensing stage, there are other land use and provisional licensing considerations related to that. Potentially those can be worked through, but I think that's one reason to consider multiple mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you. Attendee Michaela Sweet, just sent you a request to unmute. You may go ahead.
My comments on this topic are, first of all, I'm a consultant, and just in 2022 alone, I helped 5 cultivation clients that also had independent distribution, manufacturing, and/or retail licenses reapply for a micro business license due to the significant cost savings in terms of tens of thousands of dollars per year in license fees. So that said, I do agree that a revision to the entire approach to micro business is needed, including the need for cottage micro business expressed by many growers on this call, to help them reach consumers. The issue, though, I think that's prohibitive are the current regulations related to how you recommend the DCC allow direct sales to consumers, or the requirements of direct sales or the requirements of a premises for retail sales. So whether or not you put that in a micro business, the retail sales requirements would currently prohibit, selling at a farmer's market or something like that. So, the distribution and transportation requirements are much easier to solve. I think it's the current regulatory requirements for selling and having to have an enclosed premises. So maybe consider adding an event type to a micro business that meets the needs of this particular community. And I do agree with with looking at the wine producer model.
30 seconds.
I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Attendee Sam De La Paz, I've sent you a request to unmute. Attendee Sam De La Paz, there you go.
Yes, hello. I'm here. Sorry about that. Was just getting another call coming in. Yeah, I would just like to speak to, the recommendations submitted by Origins Council and support all of those recommendations. Additionally, I would like to emphasize just the need for direct-to-consumer sales and the, outpouring of support that we've had from our small farming community around that need. I know there may be challenges around updating current licensure, but I think that every possible pathway should be explored with urgency. The small farming community's survival depends on it, truly, to be able to go direct to consumer, to eliminate the amount of hands in the cookie jars through. It's not always just one distributor in the middle. It is oftentimes multiple distribution or manufacturing companies that are handling product before it reaches the shelves. It's providing a subpar product to the consumer by that point, with that amount of handling and that amount of process that it takes to get to consumer. Again, I would reflect it to other industries. It is incredibly important for these small businesses to be able to build their consumer demographic with interfacing directly with consumers. So I would highly recommend, again, small direct sales at events and other means of direct-to-consumer sales. Thank you.
Thank you. Attendee Wade Laughter, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Yes, Wade Laughter here at House of Harlequin in Nevada County. One of the things that helped me a lot to feel good about MRCSA and Prop 64 that created the legalization framework we're dealing with today was the idea of the microbusiness license, because it, as I read the original language there, was an attempt to capture what I had been doing for years, engaging in nursery operations, cultivating my own cannabis, making products from them, testing the products that I'd made to ensure that they were what I thought they were and that they were appropriate for the people that I was providing them to. Meantime, because of the way the regulations have unfolded, we totally missed that boat. And instead of digging into the details of what the microbusiness license ought to look like, I'd really love to get back to that spirit of what is the purpose of legalization? And specifically, one question that I have, and I know there's no way to answer it, but the DCC can give a large message to our community. Are we really looking for a few large operators who monopolize the market? Or are we hoping to preserve the heritage market, or what I think of as the free market that used to exist under Prop 215, where in fact patients had good access to product at a reasonable price, and meantime we had a thriving rural and urban economy. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Call-in user number 71. I've sent you a request to unmute. If you're calling it *3.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Melissa Hogan. I was working for an urban micro business vertically integrated in downtown LA. I agree with the last speaker and many of the speakers here. being able to maintain our distribution would tremendously help. We all know who have micro businesses. There are not enough retail spaces. There's a
Uh-oh, call-in user, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I do apologize for that. I don't want to have to take any more time.
Can't hear you
It keeps asking me to raise my hand. I do apologize for this break in communication. Long story short, I agree with many of these callers. We have 10,000 square feet that we're cultivating in, and the amount of taxes we're asked to be paid, the lack of retail spaces. If we had access to distribute our own product and build those relationships and keep that 20%, it would tremendously help us. Yes, we need to have that model as other alcohol and other businesses and industries have. We cannot make a profit, yet we're being asked to compete with big corporations with the taxes, the renewals. We're being asked to compete with people that have a tremendous amount of more resources. So if we're able to cut our costs by being able to take in distribution and find a better way to be licensed, that would tremendously help. I thank you for your time. It is needed. This conversation is definitely needed. We are barely hanging on because we cannot control our costs when people are digging into our profits and doing something we can do ourselves. I thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Attendee Monique Ramirez, I've sent you a request to unmute. There you go. Go ahead.
Have stated before me regarding the distribution aspect. And, you know, one of the things that I really think about is just that we as cultivators have to use a distributor. It's a requirement of our laws. And yet distributors are pivoting and actually vertically integrating themselves and procuring their own licenses for cultivation. And so that's a huge point that is causing a lot of problems for the supply chain ultimately. And so that needs to be relooked at, and we need to be able to allow cultivators to distribute themselves. And then there are cultivators that want distribution services because they don't want to do it. And so we need to have flexibility there. And with micro business licensing, you know, earlier in this discussion today, we've been talking about the need to fallow, the need for farms to downsize because of the market conditions and everything like that. Well, this poses the real need that we need to have a micro business that a license that's flexible and works for small farms. Most people want to downsize. I personally am a specialty cottage outdoor license. I'm one of the smallest in the state. The last I checked, there's only 46 licenses of my size. We are very, very small. And so being able to have a miniature micro license to help us be able to distribute our cannabis and reach the general public would be so wonderful. I look forward to more regulation around having direct to consumer sales through events, but we have to make sure that those licenses and the fees work out because consumers are also limited to how much they can purchase per day at an event. And so we just have to look at the whole scope of work there. But I really applaud the speakers before me, especially Origins Council, for bringing forward their recommendations and their thoughtful memos. So thank you so much for the opportunity to provide comment today.
Thank you. Attendee Ignite Daniel, I have sent you an invitation to get you off mute.
Greetings, and Ignite Daniel, again with Life Development Group. I do want to say again, we are so appreciative because this conversation is much needed. And the impact this has on small and social equity cultivators is detrimental. The taxes associated with distro can be harmful in more than helpful. Having the ability to self-distribute gives us an actual chance to survive in an industry where cultivators are the backbone of this industry. Being forced to apply for a micro license when you can have, or how there should be some type of workaround, especially being forced to apply for a micro license at this time can be detrimental to small and social equity operators, considering that their provisional license period is being taken away. That is crucial to operators, especially small operators, people with big business, big pockets, more resources. They're capable of withstanding that period of not being open and while going through a process that is already tainted and really seems very deliberate to squeeze out the little person so that large corporations can come in and take over. I do suggest that you guys are more mindful in hearing what we really need. And what we're saying is having the ability to get to straight to the retailers without that extra taxes, and in some cases even to consumers, because there
30
are
seconds.
consumers who would benefit from us being able to go to them as well. There can be smaller things set up to where something is recurring that we're able to get into and offer things to our consumers directly. We give thanks.
Thank you. Sequoia Hudson, I just sent you a request to unmute.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. There's a lot of comments about micro businesses and how they work or don't work, and how they could potentially be a tool for small cultivators to reach consumers if they did work for them. I want to just speak, I want to reiterate that yes, they could be useful. I want to speak to a couple of nuances that are related to this, to consider in your thoughts about how we might be able to make it work. I do believe one of the concerns initially in creating the micro license came from CDTFA and the fact that it would create an enormous amount of new taxpayers, which is one of the reasons why you don't need a new license, and then just retailers would have be remitting, or distributors would be remitting the taxes involved with consumer sales. So at this point, cultivators are already taxpayers. They're not paying any taxes, but they do have an account and a responsibility to report. It's usually all wholesale with no taxes, but they're still reporting. They still have an account and they are still taxpayers. So I don't think that should be a concern. They're already managing their accounts, and they should just literally be able to report their retail sales as taxable and then remit the associated tax. So that shouldn't be a concern. And then also I wanted to bring up the fact that in considering either new licenses or how a micro business license works in these considerations, there is a section in existing regulations that disallows any licenses that are created by the department to be a part of a micro business license. It's not allowed, and they're not allowed to use them as a qualifying activity. But if you have 3 qualifying activities, you are allowed via a form to add activities. And so I'd like clarification that we can add some of these activities that are created by the department or that are additional licenses to qualifying activities for the micro business license, to be able to include them in a micro business license and not be limited.
Time is up. Attendee Diana Gamzon, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Gamzon, I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance, and recently we made some changes to our local ordinance to allow for micro business, and really it was the intention to help support our small rural farmers, but the reality is, which is what we're talking about today, is that the costs and the regulatory barriers make this a really challenging thing, even though we have the tool there. And so what I want to urge today is just to use common sense and simplification as there's a recommendation put forth to the DCC and then the later conversations with the DCC. We have so many examples to look from traditional agriculture and vintners. And so I know with cannabis, sometimes things get a little overly complicated, but the actual task of what we're seeking with this micro business license is very, very simple. And so some of the things that we are specifically looking at, number one, that is preventative for a lot of our farmers, is reducing and waiving the liability insurance and making that based on size. Also, really just encouraging that direct to consumer element. It is so essential, and it is not a competition to other retailers. In fact, it's complementary. Just like there's a liquor store has a different model than a winery, or someone who sells bottles of wine at a farm stand. They're all different business models that complement one another. And then really specific, removing the requirement for a wall that separates non-storefront retail areas and non-retail areas of the micro business. When we look at the practicality of that on a farm, that can be really restrictive for many farmers. So there are some nuances. They are all presented in the Origins Council memo. And so we fully support the Origins Council memo. I do serve on the regional chair of Origins Council as a regional chair, and thank you for hearing our comments today.
Thank you very much. Shannon M., I have sent you a request to unmute. Shannon M. Shannon M., I resent the request. Okay, we will move on to Rio. I've just sent you the request to unmute. Go ahead, again.
Can you hear me? From
Yes.
Lady Sativa Farm in Humboldt County. Our initial application stated we wanted to do ecological farming and permaculture. So by that nature, we are growing with a diversity of other crops. But yet in the marketplace, there's almost no incentives for what we do. Rare strains, clean, never sprayed, in a very ecological setting. And so I want to see a clarification on how to calculate square footage when we diversify with other crops, because we do full-term plants. We also have a hard time reaching the consumer with our message, so it gets lost in translation. And so the value of a heritage strain or some landrace strain that they've never heard of never gets transferred. So we need direct shipping, maybe through a website or some kind of farm visits, or just the ability to travel with our samples and meet consumers. There's too many barriers between us and consumers to operate the way that we do. And we believe what we do is the highest form of plant medicine, and yet we can't transmute that to consumers. So reduce the barriers for people that really are dedicated to the plant in a way that's not production agriculture. There's got to be some incentives.
30 seconds.
There's got to be some incentives for doing the right thing. I'm done.
All right, so thank you.
Square footage. That's my big one.
Shannon M., I'm sending you a request to unmute. Yay, you are unmuted. Go ahead, Shannon, we can't hear you. Shannon M., your microphone is unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. This is David Munich with Humboldt Renegade Farms in Southern Humboldt. Just want to say I really appreciate this talk. So I think what you're all hearing is a lot of small farmers with the lack of vertical integration. That was one of the big promises, and also the 1 acre cap removal and the supply glut that we have is really what we're facing here. With that being said, direct to consumer is one of our main lifelines that could help us. A lot of us are looking at micro businesses and help with that because we are in rural areas and the barriers to entry are high. And we are subject to just working with distros and basically the wholesale market. I would love to see, if anything, like Craig from Alpenglow suggested, just changing how the license operates. Small farms, 10,000 and under, should be able to COA at their farm, and they should be able to take it to retail. We need direct to retail, and we need direct to consumer. We're forced into the wholesale market, and we're forced into the hands of other people that take from the pot. Yeah, I'd just like to see some type of incentives. Those are the incentives that could be for small farmers that you could let, say, 10,000 square feet and under, COA test at the farm and deliver straight to retail. That would help us greatly. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you very much. And Elizabeth Pyers, sent a request to unmute. There you go. You're on, Elizabeth.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any prepared comments, but in listening, I definitely want to support the Origins Council recommendations for micro businesses, but I also just wanted, as I'm listening, a distinction between when we have a micro business in regards to distribution of product and to the retail components and the direct to consumer, that allows for distributing product from not only your farm but other farms. And I think what a lot of us small farmers are asking for is to be able to distribute our own product to retail and possibly direct to consumer. And the distinction there being, for those of us who are just trying to distribute our own product, we're not necessarily needing a micro business because we don't need to bring in product from other farms. So that having that allowance to be able to add that to our cultivation license and do the things that are required for moving our own product, doing the COA, transporting our product either directly to retail, having those avenues to direct to consumer is important within our own licensing component. And then the micro business, you know, having those allotments when you're talking about moving product from other entities. So I just wanted to make that distinction because I think what I'm hearing from a lot of small farmers and small farmers like myself at Sanctuary Farms is we need to move our own product. And so if we can add that component to our cultivation license, the distribution component, you know, being able to do our COAs, move our product, that is going to help us dramatically. So thank you. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. So Chairperson Nevedal, I see no further requests for comment. Would you like me to close out the comments for agenda item number 4?
Yes, please.
All right, the public comment for agenda item number 4 is now closed.
Thank you. So just bringing it back to the subcommittee members, further discussion on this item, or do we want to ponder it and take it up at the next meeting?
I think it's good, especially because it's just you and me now. I think it'd be good to bring it up at the next meeting, kind of as our main item. I did want to comment that I know someone said that I wasn't in favor, or I didn't feel that cultivators would utilize the micro business opportunity. And that, to clarify, that's as it stands. So I do believe that if there was a cottage micro business framework, that it would be supportive. But as the micro business exists now, I think that that is too daunting and expensive for a lot of cultivators to pursue. I just wanted to be clear with my perspective on that. So yeah, I think bringing it back at the next meeting would do well.
Okay, great. So I believe Member Clifford had to jump off and move on to other appointments today. So I would like to go ahead and close agenda item 4 and move on to agenda item 5, excuse me, which is recommendations for future agenda items. So we could, I think, under this topic, talk a little bit more about, you know, bringing this item back, so to speak. So perhaps looking at a new, we'll just call it a micro business type. Right? I think we've heard a lot of desire for some sort of like cottage or whatever the name is, but a new version of a micro business, so to speak. Also, I think expanded allowances slash activities, right, allowed under a cultivation license. And I don't know, Member Brown, if you have other suggestions. I just kind of wanted to capture those to carry the previous agenda items conversation over to new agenda items or future agenda items, right? To make sure we captured that. But do you have additional suggestions for future agenda items?
At this time, I think that the micro business one is a good one to look at. And I don't know if we need to go more than, one meeting in advance at a time, but it's a large topic to really, if we're going to come up with, the actual means on how a micro business would work for the smaller cultivator, I think that'd be a full meeting conversation. We've heard a lot from participants on what would be needed. We've gotten a lot of written comments in the past. I know this has been an ongoing thing for multiple CAC agendas in the past. So I think that would be appropriate for now.
And I'd like to just add on consumer direct sales, right? Although consumer direct sales might fit into, say, a new type of micro business license, I think I want to make sure that it's potentially agendized in a manner that we have, as a subcommittee, working with the public, an opportunity to also talk about it as perhaps an allowance of a cultivation license, right? So I think really those are the key pieces or takeaways for me out of today's conversation as we look forward to February. So I don't know that I have much more to add to this conversation. I'll hand the floor back to you, Member Brown, to see if you'd like to add anything.
No, I like the direct-to-consumer sales as, its own topic or a subtopic of the microbusiness concept. And I imagine with that direct-to-consumer, is also going to weave into interstate commerce. And I know there's a lot of people that have commented on aligning with some of the Senate bills and Assembly bills and things like that nature. And so I think that would all be kind of included in that topic for the next meeting.
I mean, I think interstate commerce is its own topic. I don't know that it necessarily, but I'm not, I'm happy to consider it for a future meeting. But I don't necessarily think that it fits into microbusiness or expanded uses allowed under cultivation or consumer direct sales. I do think it's a meaty topic all of itself.
Okay, well then you can add that to the list. It doesn't necessarily need to be at the next meeting, but for a future item.
Okay.
And the only other thing that kind of comes to the top of my mind right now is, I think I mentioned it at one of our earlier meetings, just the access to data, and how it kind of boils down to cultivators having that information to do proper forecasting, to be able to know how much is being produced and how much is being consumed. I know that there's been efforts on some of the data access and the details of what can be shared of the data, but with basic supply and demand kind of determining a lot of the pricing in the industry, to have data on past supplies and demands and outcomes could be valuable. So, data as it relates to cultivation, that'd be maybe a topic for further consideration.
And perhaps this data would be in metric, and it could also be a topic at a metric subcommittee. I mean, right, I think a lot of the access to that data is going to be on a metric, and then the challenges that I think are broadly faced by not just members of the public or licensees, but also local jurisdictions is an inability to have access to that raw data, right? There's really no way for the public to understand what the sales consumption rates are, production rates, right? Waste rates, so to speak, whatever it might be. And I think the only way we would have access to that is through metric.
Yeah, and I mean, every other ag industry has an annual report, and those annual reports are pivotal for forecasting. And so the longer we're kind of left in the dark of what is actually happening out there, the harder it is to forecast and plan accordingly.
I mean, I think that's a great point. Mendocino has tried to incorporate cannabis into their annual report. But it's always a little bit of a shot in the dark, so to speak, because there is no access available to the local jurisdiction with that data, right? We don't know what was produced here. We don't know, what was sold, how much of it was sold. We don't know the price point at which it was sold. So it can make not just planning for your farm challenging, but I think across the board, it makes local jurisdictions planning around commercial cannabis activities challenging. And kind of understanding appropriate tax rates and a whole gamut of issues come up around that. Okay, are we ready to go to public comment, Member Brown?
Yes, I am.
Okay, fabulous. Moderator, can we please go to public comment for items, future agenda items, please?
Certainly. We're about to take public comment on agenda number 5. If you'd like to make a comment on agenda item number 5, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon next to your name if you've logged on your computer, or by pressing *3 if you've called into the meeting. We are displaying instructions for your convenience. Please note that for the sake of time, you will have 2 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. When your time is up, you will be muted and we will move on to the next request for comment. And as a reminder, each member of the public will have one opportunity to speak on each agenda item. So without further ado, call up Susan Hansberry-Tibbin. You've been sent a request to unmute.
Hi, this is Paul. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the last comments by the committee dovetails nicely into what I was just talking about, or what I was going to suggest. You said that, you wanted an annual report. Well, if you want us to act like agriculture, then define us as agriculture. I think that defining cannabis as an agricultural product, the way the language was just a little sloppy in Prop 64. A basket of strawberries in the Safeway is an agricultural product, but it's a crop when it's in the field. So anyhow, we've been through this a number of times. Everyone understands it in this meeting right now, but I would like to drive for that to be declared an agricultural crop, so it would have the benefits and the responsibilities. Also, I would like to readdress composite testing for the small farmer. Small farmers may have many different strains, and the testing gets very, very expensive. Composite testing is the concept to which you can have the entire crop, if it was grown in the same manner and the same methods, you could have the entire harvest as a COA and have individual cannabinoid profile and potency tests for each individual, which is much less expensive and would save a lot of money for the small farmer. That's all I have for now. I think Susan would like to speak.
All right, thank you. Your time has started.
Thank you very much, Susan Tibbin, Lovingly and Legally. Very much appreciate direct to consumer being looked at the next meeting. I'd like a focus, if possible, or at least address the cross between state or county events, as mentioned by, I believe, Committee Member Brown, versus direct to consumer by the cultivator, in as much as state and county events are extremely expensive to be part of. Number 2, we're wondering if we can take a look and examine the state rules as it applies to grants from the state and how that is translated to county adoption or non-adoption. There seems to be a real division there with regard to what things can be allowed and what can't be between the state and the county. And I'd like to take a little closer look at that if we could and be more fair, hopefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Attendee Craig Johnson, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
I love where all this conversation is going. And I think it's important that we really advocate for what we need and what works for us as the industry and as cultivators. we're trying to contort and bend into these boxes that were created into what we should be, but that's not working. So I think it's amazing that everyone is showing up and advocating for what we need. I'm going to make one point about events. Events, like someone said, it's great now. We can show, they can talk to the farmer, and then they can go get in another line and get the product. Well, when all that product doesn't sell because it went through the distribution model, then we have to pay to have it brought back to the distribution company, and then we have to get it brought back to the farm. But wait, we can't do that. So it has to sit somewhere. So this is completely broken, and let's move forward with the new idea that we're going to work really hard quickly because we don't have time. We've been giving public comment here in Humboldt County, and now our main street is shuttered because it's a little too late. We can't be a little too late anymore. Let's be reactive immediately and add urgent to all these lines, whether it's fallow or whether it's transitioning of these licenses to include everything we need to do business under, or to include everything we need to do under the cultivation license. That cultivation license can include everything by just having them change the windows in the box in the computer, and then we can do it all. Thank you so much, and I appreciate where everyone is going with all the comments today. Thanks.
Thank you. Call-in user number 71. I've sent you a request to unmute.
Thank you. I'd like to have on the agenda banking. We know it's not allowable because we're not federal. However, there are local banks in Los Angeles that do cater to these micro businesses. Unfortunately, they're far few and in between and hard to get in front of. So if there can be some type of rally at the state and city level, you guys are taxing us, you're using our money, can it be used for us as well to provide support and possibly having, I don't know, an outreach system program developed to work in conjunction with the banks that actually will give us bank cards and checking accounts, just like the distributor. The systems that we have, I will not mention them, are just as predatory. To be charged $2.47 to write a check that you need to a vendor, or to have to sit and wire money. I did it. It's tedious, and that $2 adds up. If I told you how much was spent on just trying to get money to our vendors, it's just like the distributor. It's 10 to 20% of the profit. So 10 to 20% plus 10 to 20%, that's half. Pennies count to us. So if there can be something on the agenda about banking, how we can reach out to those that are actually helping us to support them to further help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ivy Bader, I've sent you a request to unmute. You are unmuted.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ivy Bader, and I would like to ask for future discussion on provisional applications being reviewed under annual license requirements, and that the CAC recommend to the DCC an extension of the time it has to review and issue provisional licenses. I am actively working on multiple DCC cultivation applications. Every provisional application we submitted by provisional application deadlines are being reviewed by the DCC analysts against annual license requirements, and due to long local CEQA processing times, the applicants are being told that they have to resubmit applications and pay the fees again, simply because the analyst chose not to review the application under provisional guidelines. I have tried to escalate this and am being told that the analysts are within their discretion to review the provisional applications under annual application requirements. There should be an extension for the deadline for the DCC to issue provisional licenses. These provisional application deadlines were detrimentally relied on by the applicants because they submitted their applications sooner than they otherwise would have, knowing the time local jurisdictions take to approve and determine CEQA. Thank you so much for your time and consideration of these concerns.
Thank you. Cassandra Taliaferro, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Hi, I would like to see a future agenda item being putting Southern Humboldt back into the qualifying neighborhood for the social equity fee waiver. The The very purpose of this fee waiver was to provide neighborhoods that were disproportionately affected by the prohibition of cannabis, which defines Southern Humboldt in a nutshell. If you look at the qualifying neighborhood map, our neighboring counties of Trinity and Mendocino are qualifying neighborhoods. In Humboldt County, there's a small portion of Arcata that is a qualifying neighborhood in Humboldt County. But other than that, the majority of the county is no longer a locally qualified neighborhood. And it's a real injustice in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Wade Laughter, I have sent a request to unmute.
Yes, Wade Laughter, House of Harlequin. I have two items, actually. One would be data. Can the DCC provide some sort of a forecast for what is going to happen over the next year to all of the folks who hold provisional licenses as we speak? Be that because they're held up by CEQA or Fish and Wildlife or whatever. It's, to me, again, the folks who are trying to comply with the law are the ones we want to see succeed. The free market will continue to thrive as long as it's so hard to get into the legal market and or survive in the legal market. So some data, a forecast, if you will. I don't know if it's possible, but it'd be great to hear about it by June when the law around provisional licensing changes. The other item that I wanted to look at was how the lack of access at the retail level, the fact that there's so few retail dispensaries in California with such a large population is a clear cry out for patient access, again, to safe, affordable, clean, tested cannabis medicine. If they don't have it at their local dispensary, they can always get it from the guy down the street or their friend up the hill or at the Safeway parking lot. Really, we want to encourage the legal market to succeed, tear down these barriers. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ross Gordon, I've sent you a request to unmute. There you go.
With Origins Council, really appreciate the discussion today. Just wanted to pick up on the conversation around federal legalization and interstate commerce. And I think whether that's discussed as a future agenda item on its own, whether it's incorporated into other agenda items like direct-to-consumer sales and how that might interface with interstate commerce and federal legalization, I think it's a good time to start really thinking about how any topic or discussion, whether it's at these meetings or in other policy discussions, is going to affect ultimate federal legalization and interstate commerce. It's hard to say how far off it is, but given that we now have state legislation which enables interstate commerce, given that a federal framework is being developed, and given that really the state of California and legacy cultivators in California really have more to gain or lose from interstate commerce and the structure of it than anyone else. Thinking about how any specific policy item that we're looking at is going to affect that eventuality, I think it's really important for creating a sustainable system over the long term. And part of that is specific policy, and part of that is thinking about how do California's rules align with rules in other states, like let's say Oregon. I know there was a commenter at this meeting who talked about how Oregon allows direct-to-retail transportation. I know Oregon also recently proposed to eliminate tagging every plant in metric. And so I don't know that it's going to be long before these become really like urgent conversations, how these elements interact with interstate commerce.
30 seconds.
I just want to encourage that we start thinking about that. I don't know that it has to be a separate agenda item, but just considering that as part of our current and other agenda items. Lastly, just want to appreciate, I know at the last meeting, the subcommittee set a whole set of agenda items for future meetings and felt that was a good prioritization, and hope the committee continues to move forward with those previously determined priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Nevedal, I see no further comments. Would you like me to close the public comments for agenda item number 5?
Please.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. One more, excuse me.
It's all right.
Ignite Daniel, sent you a request to unmute.
He thought my hand was up. Yes, Ignite Daniel again. I would urge you guys to add the taxes, is considering the distro taxes for small and social equity, mainly social equity. The impact that has on us is detrimental and causing a lot of issues. Streamlining local and state licensing process, especially considering that, and adding provisional licenses. Having provisional licenses for small and social equity operators, because that is such a crucial time for us to be able to get our doors open, get rolling, and things of that nature, to be able to compete in this market. Like it is crucial for that to happen. I apologize. There was something else. Yeah, and the taxes mainly how they impact social equity and smaller cultivators. Give thanks.
Thank you very much. So now, would you like me to close out public comment for agenda item number 5?
Please.
Thank you very much. The agenda item number 5 is now closed for public comment.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you, everyone, members of the public and fellow subcommittee members, for your comments and suggestions as we look forward to future subcommittee meetings. So I think we're at the point where we can go ahead and adjourn today's subcommittee meeting. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to participate today, and to DCC staff, our court reporters, for all of your support, which allows us to have these subcommittee meetings. And hopefully we will be back next month with yet another subcommittee meeting. So with that, I think we should go ahead and adjourn.
Thank you, Chair Neville.
Thank you, Member Brown.